That's in recognition of your birthday. Jamani, kamata hiyo, utakuwa unaandika na ukikumbuka. Halafu kamata hii pia utumie vizuri. Hiyo ni ya kukula pamoja na watoto. Maisha iwe tamu kama peremende uliopewa. Sawa sawa. Can go back, eh? Asante. Haya. Kuna mwingine anaweza kuwa amekumbuka alizaliwa siku kama leo ama? Basi bila kupoteza wakati, wacha nimwalike dadangu aendelee na tumpigie makofi. Yes. Leo umepiga luku. Inaitwa luku, si ndio?
Thank you really, sir. The second day of the Correctional Service Week with our themes which still remains the mental health and wellness for effective service delivery. Yesterday we had a slogan. Tunaikumbuka kweli? What did we say our slogan was? A healthy mind is a healthy mind? A healthy mind? While on that, allow me to fast forward invite one of us who is going to give a summary of all we did yesterday, just to link us from yesterday and the continuity that you're going to have today. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome Madam Genevieve Akinyi from Probation and Aftercare. Tumpigie makofi mazuri. Let's appreciate her as she's making her way to give this presentation. Karibu, madam, and kindly do it from the podium. Karibu.
I'm going to do a brief recap of what transpired yesterday. So I'll not go by the order that the program was yesterday, but I'll start by the official launch. So yesterday we were privileged. Our event was graced by the CS, Investment, Trade and Industry, Dr. Salim Mvuria. So from his address, the take-homes were that they already developed guidelines for mental health and wellness. So there's need for the guidelines to be fully operationalized. The other take home was that he called for a collaborative approach amongst all partners, especially in matters regarding to mental health and wellness. The other thing is that he emphasized on the need for us to harness the potential of value chains to steer rural industrialization. And this is more specifically for the prison industries. Finally, he called that by the time this conference ends, we need to have a roadmap with clear steps and measurable outcomes in the management of mental health and wellness. So, our speaker, Dr. Kisivuli, gave an overview of the national guidelines on mental health and wellness. And from his presentation, he also made us aware of the national guidelines and the need to fully implement this within our correctional institutions. That was his take home. We also had a presentation on understanding social determinants of mental health and wellness, where we were taken through, and Dr. Richard appreciated the challenges that correctional service officers face in undertaking their work. So he emphasized that social determinants shape behavior, and there is need for managers to be aware of that. So he called for us to cultivate positive interpersonal relationships to contribute to good mental health and wellness. We also had a panel discussion on where we are as correctional services with regards to mental health. We were taken through what mental health and wellness is all about, the signs and symptoms, what causes ill mental health, the consequences of not addressing the same. At the end of it all, what we are taking home is that as managers, as officers in charge, we need to be aware of all this. We need to be aware that even as we undertake our administrative duties, we need to be aware that there are certain issues within a person's life that can really affect their productivity. If we have to look out for effective service delivery, then we should be cognizant of that. Not to forget now what our peers, because we are here courtesy of our peers, the clarion call for our peers was that mental health is central to our ability to fulfill our mandates, and at all times, that is what we should look out for, and that there's need to create like a wholesome approach to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Genevieve. Did you get something? At least we can remember what we had yesterday, and now we want to connect it with all the program that we have today. And now, going straight to the program, if you look at the agenda that you have, do you have our programs with us? No. Well, the program that we have today says that we are going to have the first presentation, Discovering Inner Strength and Personal Peace in Corrections. And this is going to be done by Ernest Leketi and Madam Ann Walson from Peace Education Program. And this, I'm going to request you kindly to come on stage. Mr. Ernest Leketi from Peace Education Program is a Peace Education Program Manager, where he has an experience and very instrumental in initiating and promoting peace education across various sectors and countries, including South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. Take the stage kindly. Presenting together with Madam Ann Wilson. Her career is Peace Education Program, the Prem Rawat Foundation, Los Angeles, involved in implementing peace education programs in correctional facilities and organizations in South Africa, instrumental in the training of correctional staff to implement the peace education program in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia correctional facilities. Her education, she has BA in English, Drama, and French, higher diploma in education. Let's put our hands together for the duo. Most welcome.
So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and my colleague, my dear colleague Ernest, to be here in Kenya. And this is history in the making, actually. It's our first time presenting the Peace Education Program in Kenya, and I'd like to observe all protocols. I know I'm not very good at doing that, but I would like to thank the Commissioner General and the Head of Probation and Aftercare Services for allowing us to come, and I'd also like to thank our foundation for letting us be here as well. So before we do our PowerPoint presentation, we're going to show you 3 short video clips of about 6 minutes. And I am not an expert, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a social worker, I'm a human being. But I've been working in the correctional facilities since 2009, and I've noticed so many things. I've noticed the pressures on the staff, and I've noticed the pain and sadness in the inmates, and that's motivated me to want to take this program throughout South Africa and the world, actually, so that each person has that opportunity to know themselves. Because wouldn't it be a shame if I was born and I never knew myself? I knew my neighbor, I knew my friends, I studied subjects, but I never knew who am I? So that's what the Peace Education Program addresses. And so we thought we'd start with some third-party appraisal. It's very easy for Ernest and I to tell you how wonderful this program is, but we're going to show you 3 video clips, one in South Africa, which shows Reverend Dr. Makatini, Head of Development and Care, signing a memorandum of understanding with the Prem Rawat Foundation. The second one is a poem by Daniel, and the third is a very interesting interaction that took place at an event in Zimbabwe with a correctional officer speaking to the founder of the Peace Education Program, Mr. Prem Rawat. I would also like to acknowledge that all of us are VIPs and to thank the band and the choirs, and especially that gentleman that sang yesterday. I could see that music floating off his breath. It was so beautiful and powerful, even though I couldn't understand a word he said. So thank you so much. We'll watch the videos and then we'll be back to do the PowerPoint presentation.
Peace. What is peace? Peace is something that makes us one thing. Peace is what you are. Peace makes you feel the best. Peace is universal. Peace is divine. Peace is healing. Peace is spiritual power. Peace is our culture. Peace is therapeutic. Peace cannot be so long as anger and hatred are alive. Peace cannot be so long as appreciation and inner strength are not there. Peace cannot be so long as love and trust are not pillars of happiness. Never underestimate the enemies of peace. Behold, peace is love. You want peace? Good. Do something about it. Claim peace and take responsibility. Peace is strengthening you by sympathizing you with your strength, not with your weakness. Indeed, you won't succeed without peace. You have a right to peace. Peace is a journey of 1,000 miles and it must be taken one step at a time. Indeed, peace is the beginning of your forever. My countrymen, feel harmony, not harm. Create peace, not problems. Correct yourself, not corrupt yourself. Remember, you're wearing corrections, not corruption. Is that incarceration and claustrophobic not enough? Peace is rich, real, sweet, and soul uplifting. Swallow your pride and learn that peace begins with you.
In April of 2021, the South African government entered into a partnership with the Prem Rawat Foundation, authorizing the foundation's peace education program throughout all of the country's 240 prisons. The Department of Correctional Services recognized the peace education program for playing a powerful role in helping incarcerated people rehabilitate and reintegrate into society.
This day is important, Program Director, and please allow me to take this opportunity to say we appreciate the work that is done by the Prem Rawat Foundation within the Department of Correctional Services. We are quite elated today to join hands with Dr. Prem Rawat, the founder of the Peace Education Program, who was shortlisted, of course, as we heard, for the Nobel Peace Prize, and was recognized internationally for his efforts in bringing peace, dignity, and prosperity to mankind. We are inspired by your message, which focuses on the possibility for each human being, regardless of their circumstances, to experience inner peace. Ladies and gentlemen, in November 2012, Dr. Prem Rawat was invited to speak at Zwanderwater Correctional Facility to 375 members, correctional officials and inmates. This proved to be a very successful and memorable event. The signing of the MOU then cannot overemphasize the importance of working together between the two organizations as a team, and we hope that we are going to also yield sound and objective results that do not only glorify us as the spiritual component within the framework of corrections, but will have a meaningful impact on the lives of the South African citizens. The Prem Rawat Foundation has to remember that the work that they are doing is important within the greater effort to make South Africa a better place. We are all, of course, supporting the National Development Plan, that is Vision 2030. Continue with the sterling work that you have started to support us in correcting the offending behavior and ensuring that those in need during this unprecedented time of COVID-19 and beyond are also assisted. We commend your work into God's hands. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I think it's remarkable what is about to happen today, because I think it's so powerful. So thank you very much for inviting me to come and talk about this. Thank you.
And it's so wonderful to see this partnership having come, for so many years, and how it continues to grow stronger and stronger as we cement this really, really wonderful partnership with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding today. So as we prepare for that, I would like to invite once again the Reverend Dr. Mkhathini onto the stage to sign the Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Mkhathini. I would now like to invite Prem Rawat to sign the Memorandum of Understanding, after which we will have a socially distanced photo opportunity. And there we have it. All of the pages signed, initialed, and sanitized.
Mr. Prem Rawat, as a peace education facilitator, I also want to testify how I've been helped by this program and how I have seen it impacting the lives of those who are in incarceration. I now know who I am. I now know my purpose, the purpose of transforming the individuals, the purpose of giving out that correctional towards the reformation, towards humanity. Even the way I relate now with the inmates, I take them as human beings, not as prisoners. Of late, I had my Commissioner General say, we are going to change and to name them as clients or students. To me, that's an understanding that these people are human beings. And imprisonment is something which can happen to anyone, anytime. Right. So on the other side, let me confess on the inmates. Our first class, which was launched last year on 12 February, it was for those persons understandings of death. Those people who have lost hope, those people who say there's nothing to live for. But the way they have managed to the program, all of them, they are now saying, if I've known this program, I should.
That to me is amazing, because human beings making an effort each other as human beings. That is it. If human beings started...
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ernest Leketi. Let me greet all of you, the Commissioner General, Permanent Secretary, all protocol observed. So we are going to do a PowerPoint presentation for Peace Education Program. Next slide. So the Peace Education Program is a video-based program. Participants, they watch videos and they share on what stood out for them from that video they've watched. It was developed by the Prem Rawat Foundation, which is a non-profit organization. The content of each workshop is based on excerpt from the international talks about personal peace by the founder, Mr. Prem Rawat. Next slide. So the Peace Education Program has 480,000 participants, and it is available in 80 countries as we speak, and it is translated into 42 languages.
As I mentioned earlier, we started in 2009 at a correctional facility called Zonderwater. A few volunteers used to go out there twice a week, travel 1.5 hours, and spend time with inmates and go through the peace education program. And eventually, we were quality assured nationally. That happened in 2016. And from then, we became, an MOU was signed with the Department of Correctional Services and the Prem Rawat Foundation in 2021. And that was the little video clip that we showed you earlier on. And the department adopted it as a moral regeneration program under development and care. Because I know in the prisons in South Africa, there's a lot of corruption. You find a lot of cell phones come in, not only in the inmates, but in the staff as well. So having a memorandum of understanding gave us the opportunity to be able to allow the staff to also go through the peace education program. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Next slide.
No, it's this one. The unique and individual. Some people will get nothing out of it. Some people will get a little bit out of it, and some people a lot.
So the structure of our workshop, as I indicated, participants, they watch and listen to workshop videos, facilitated reflection time. So as a facilitator, you are not there as a teacher, but you are there to make sure that the session runs smoothly. Participant interactions, so these sessions, they are highly interactional, and we use workbooks, activities in our sessions, and also there are reading materials that are given to participants.
And then when we go on to the objectives, it's always important to know what is the objective of a program that you're doing. And the peace education program, the objective is to understand the possibility of personal peace.
Why are you saying possibility, Anne?
You always ask me that question, Ernest. It's a possibility because it's not given. It depends on how much you implement what you're listening to. It depends on your longing. Like, for example, this morning, I was late coming here, and instead of choosing peace, I chose to panic. And I rushed here because I was late. That was more important than me holding on to that feeling of peace inside. So that's why we don't guarantee that if you go through the peace education program, it's not like a machine that you put a coin in and you press it and chocolate comes out, or a bottle of Coca-Cola. It requires effort, it requires understanding. And during the peace education program, you get an opportunity to explore the 10 topics like dignity, hope, choice, and peace. And is that the new slide? Oh, okay. Also, I love the next objective of the peace education program, that you recognize your innate value. I like that word, innate. And I'll tell you why. I remember when I was a little girl and my dad was a doctor. And wherever we went, if we were standing at the back of the queue and somebody heard that he was a doctor, we would immediately get pushed to the front of the queue. And I used to think, isn't that amazing? The power of that word, doctor, lawyer, psychologist, psychiatrist. We tend to value people on their achievements. But what the Peace Education Program addresses is our innate value. Just because I'm human, I have value. No matter if I clean the streets or I clean the toilets, doesn't matter what I've done on the outside. But just being human, and it addresses that innate quality inside of us.
So the Peace Education Program has 10 themes. One, it's peace. Here we are not talking about absence of war. We are talking about inner peace that is needed by all of us, regardless of our socio-economic status. Topic 2 is appreciation. It reminds us to appreciate this gift of life, because at times we forget to appreciate this gift of life. We complain about that and this, I don't have this, I don't have that. So it's a reminder that it's not given that tomorrow you'll be alive. So it reminds us to appreciate each and every day, and also appreciate ourselves. Number 3, it's inner strength. So inner strength comes from knowing the inner resources we already have. And then number 4, it's self-awareness. That brings us a greater understanding of who we are as human beings. Number 5, it's clarity, which helps us to see and steer clearly through situations and challenges we face in our lives. 6, it's understanding. Understanding ourselves help us to really see value in our lives. Then theme 7, it's dignity. Each and every person needs to be treated with dignity. 8, it's choice. The choices that we make can make us or break us, and it can also affect those who are around us, your family, your colleagues. Then theme 9, it's hope. It shows us that we can be a source of hope in our lives. And then the last theme, number 10, it's contentment. To say you can enjoy your life regardless of your circumstances.
And when I was thinking about the one topic choice, I only realized a few years ago that I'd always lived my life by not making a choice, and that's a choice. So it was nice to see that that was the way that I thought I could cope with life. So we're going to move on to something else. What are the improvements that have been observed in offenders and people that go through the Peace Education Program? It's a very difficult thing to measure, isn't it? A shift in understanding that takes place in someone. Because in some cultures, maybe some cultures don't smile much. I know one of the Asian cultures have to go to lessons to learn to laugh. So how do you actually measure somebody's state of being? And I know in the conference we've been told what signs to look out for. So the improvements these improvements have been achieved through giving attendees surveys to do after they've finished the program, speaking about how they felt before about themselves and then how they felt afterwards. And all that information has been analyzed by external service providers and came up with these changes in people's behavior. So people seem to feel better about themselves personally. Their well-being seemed to have improved. They seem to be more resilient, which means when a challenge comes your way, instead of collapsing, you can face it and make creative solutions to a problem instead of just crying or getting angry. The third one is it has a huge impact on your decision making, because you're starting to realize you're responsible for your choices. You can't blame anybody else. You can't play the blame game anymore. And you start to rely on yourself, self-reliance. Stand on your own 2 feet. That's what this program helps people do. Instead of always asking your best friend or your husband or your wife, you know, what do you think I should do? Start to stand on your own 2 feet. And really it does make you more tolerant. Firstly, it helps you to be kinder to yourself. Because often we're kind to other people and we forget to be kind to ourselves. It's so important to be kind to ourselves and not to be too hard on ourselves. And it also helps with self-confidence, something that this world seems to crush out of us as we grow older. This program helps to raise those levels of self-confidence and make you feel empowered to be able to pursue what you want to pursue in your life, not what your mother wants you to pursue, or your husband, or your father, but no, I have this passion. Let me find what my passion is, and let me have that confidence to be able to pursue it. And especially what I found, the last point about personal responsibility, is often when inmates are in a correctional facility, they blame everybody that they're in there. It wasn't my fault, it was my mother's fault, or it was my friend's, or it was the alcohol I drank, or it was the drugs. It's very hard. You know, when you lose something, the first thing you want to say is blame. Did you take my pen? Meantime, the pen could just be in your pocket. So it helps you to stop playing that blame game. And that's why we recommend that this program should be given to inmates when they first come into the prison. Because it really is like, you know, when you were small, you maybe took a magnifying glass and put it on the floor and tried to light a fire from a leaf or a stick. It really helps you. It's like a mirror, looking in a mirror, to focus on yourself.
Next slide.
No, that's the slide. The positioning, how we position the peace education program. Ernest Leketi, my colleague who I've been working with since 2014, used to be working for the Department of Social Development as a youth practitioner. And he is my mentor, and sometimes I feel like he's my father, even though I'm much older than him, because he knows much more about the efforts that Ernest has made in our country, South Africa, where people suffered harshly under apartheid and are still recovering from the pain that it has caused, that he has enabled us to take this program to thousands and thousands and thousands of young people, old people, Ernest Leketi. So, violence reduction and crime prevention, it assists with psychosocial support. I know the ratios of social workers and psychologists in the prisons are very imbalanced. And a lot of people can't afford the luxury of going to psychologists. So this program serves as a method to assist them with that support, help them find the strengths inside of themselves. Moral regeneration, I've discussed that. Mental resilience, that Zimbabwe adopted it as a mental resilience program. And then for social cohesion and nation building, my dream is to actually take this program in South Africa and for the nation to go through it so that we can focus in this world on what we have in common, not what our differences are, because we have far more in common. When I'm sad, I cry. When I'm happy, I laugh. When I'm hungry, I need to eat food. So we are so similar, and we all face those three important milestones: birth, life, and death, common to all of us. So I really feel that the positioning of the Peace Education Program is flexible, and it can be used as a tool for staff and clients.
Thank you, Anne. So where is the Peace Education Program being presented? As we indicated, it's being presented in correctional facilities, community centers, drug rehab centers, in high schools. As you know, there's high levels of bullying in high schools, so we prevent bullying in high schools. When I was first introduced to this program, 2014, we piloted it at the youth center in Soweto, and parents started to see change in behavior of their children, and they also wanted to do the peace education program. It is also being presented in adult education centers, universities, healthcare centers, senior citizen centers, and churches. So we also collaborate with other NGOs, non-governmental organizations, to roll out the peace education program. So we are going to show you the pictures. These are learners from high schools. That is reflection time. You can see they are engaged on writing their reflections in their workbooks. This is a skill center in Soweto. So some of the NGOs, they've adopted the peace education program as their life skill program.
You're going to speak about
Okay. So this is a homeless shelter. In 2020, the provincial government of Gauteng called us to say, can you roll out the peace education program to homeless people? And the monitoring and evaluation team of City of Joburg produced a report that we can share with you. You can come to our stall. We roll it out also in healthcare centers as part of their debrief, in rehabilitation centers, in churches. That is our colleague Esther facilitating there. In community centers, as we indicated. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, you're good.
This is a slide from the Correctional Services in South Africa, just to show the growth. And that was the signing of the MOU with Reverend Dr. Makatini and Mr. Prem Rawat. Next slide. And then we had a fantastic opportunity to go to Zimbabwe, Ernest and myself, and no, actually we didn't go to Zimbabwe. We trained the Zimbabwe staff during COVID over Zoom, actually. We had 2 groups, and then we paid a visit to them. And That's the clip from Zimbabwe. This is an event that happened at Zimbabwe with Commissioner Chobvu, who has become now an advocate for the Commissioner General Chobvu has now become an advocate for the peace education program. And whenever there are the international conferences, he speaks promoting the peace education program. We then traveled to Botswana. Also, it was my first time going there, and we liaised with Commissioner Marate, a very powerful Commissioner General, who's now with the Defence Force, and we empowered the high-ranking staff and the lower-ranking staff, and now they implement the program in Botswana correctional facilities. Next slide. And then this is, where is this, Ernest?
Namibia.
Namibia. This is the last country that we went to and presented the program and then trained the staff to facilitate it. That's also Namibia.
Thank you.
Want to say anything? Thank you so much.
Kindly we request that you remain on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm round of applause. Another one. Thank you so much. I don't know, we are going to have a Q&A. If you have questions, kindly let's put it through now. I think it looks like a good program, and I want to maybe throw it to us and see if you have a question to them. Do we? Thank you so much. Let's speak here. Let's have this for the first. This. Please assist. Thank you. Any other? So that we know we are moving from this row to the next. Thank you. So let's start from here. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. The Prem Rawat Foundation, you've just given us a comprehensive crime prevention strategy. Now, we really see that that crime prevention strategy can actually be domesticated here in Kenya. Is it possible for you to give us, you've given us like the content outline, can you possibly give us the syllabus so that we read and we can also try and implement the crime prevention strategy with the peace building? Is it possible?
So yes, what we can do is that we're offering, I think it's the 7th and the 9th of November, a follow-up webinar. So if anybody goes to our stand, you'll see if you take a brochure, there's a QR square, which I must say I've only just learned about. It's very fancy, that when you hold your phone over it and you click, it'll take you into our landing page that we specially created for this wellness week in Namibia. And on that, there are different options that you can select, whether you'd like to attend a 10-week program, whether you'd like to have a follow-up webinar. So my suggestion, because it's a video-based program, without going into too many details, a person, and there's no cost involved actually. The Prem Rawat Foundation gives this program to organizations, but they do require you to have a license, and they do require you to then give them statistics and feedback. I hope that's answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question at that other end? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your great presentation. My name is Aben Crispinas. My concern is about the peace implementation infrastructure that you have adopted. There are various levels and your focus is at the agent's point of view. And I'm just wondering, you are speaking to a cognate component of our outcome in terms of having a reintegrated offender, one who is peaceful at personal level, and one who has expanded interrelations with the society so that to promote social justice and progression as an individual. Now, I would like you to comment in terms of the link between your agency approach and the environment that the offender comes from, the environment that the officer comes from, and then the government regulations that supplement this wholeness of this person to coexist in that particular geo spot, and now the valuable outcomes that you have just defined in your program. Thank you.
I don't understand his question.
I don't understand the question.
Unfortunately, neither of us are clear of what the actual question is or whether it was a comment. So perhaps if somebody can tell us that did understand, could ask the question shorter.
Maybe you can come up again kindly. Sorry. They didn't really get you right. You can give them a summary and just bullet the question. Thank you. That's okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, madam. I meant you to seek further explanation that will bring a link between the agency, where the focus is the individual piece, and the environment that this person who is undertaking the peace education, which is of concern to us, so that we realize a peacefully implemented program outcome. Thank you.
So what I think you said, I still don't 100% understand. The environment in the prison and the fact that this program is video-based, how is it going to fit into a prison environment? Is that the question? Because it does fit in very well. It's a very easy program to facilitate. People watch clips on certain topics and then they reflect, and we actually learn from each other. The facilitator is not there as a teacher or a preacher. I personally have learned a lot from being in peace education programs with inmates, and it works in a prison environment, provided the prison can provide a laptop and a projector or a TV and a memory stick. So yes, there are certain things that it might be difficult in certain correctional facilities. I hope I've answered your question.
So it means that they don't have to physically come to the institution to deliver, sure?
Yes.
Thank you. Probit, the other end kindly. Thank you. Do we think that this program fit within our facilities? We can just maybe probe from that end to you.
First, I want to appreciate that very powerful presentation. I would just wish to understand, okay, probably today I'll go out there and then scan the QR, then get into the program. At what level will I be aware that I'm fully qualified to probably be a facilitator in a prison in Kenya now? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I take that? Thank you. Okay, so anyone can be a facilitator of peace education program, but you have to go through the peace education program first because it begins with you. You can't give something that you don't have, so it begins with you. So after going through the peace education program, we can do a facilitator training so that we empower you to facilitate the peace education program. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe on the same note, how does one become a facilitator now? Maybe I think you would like to peg that on the same. How? Where do you train people to become facilitators so that they can facilitate the same now?
Let me mention the 3 modules.
Sure.
Okay. So, as Anne indicated that with Zimbabwe, we did it online. So we can do it online via Zoom to empower you. But if the department have organized, staff, we can come in person here in Kenya to train staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more question? One from this end, kindly. The microphone.
Oh, do I stand or sit?
You can even stand or sit.
Thank you.
Sure.
Now, how does the peace education program address the diverse needs of different inmate population, such as those with mental health issues or violent offenses? How does the PEP address the diverse needs of different, such as those with mental health issues or violent offenses?
Okay, can
Number
I
2, what are the future plans of this program? And number 3, are there partnerships with this program that here in Kenya we may also pursue?
Okay. So I'll try and address the first one. Firstly, I think as it was spoken about in this conference, you have people who do have mental disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar, severe depression, numerous other symptoms. They're still human beings. Am I right? So this program can still help them, but they still need to go to their psychologist or their psychiatrist and get the medication that they need. And maybe what I've found is with sometimes, anger management programs, they're in most prisons around the world. That gives you tools, am I right, how to deal with it once the anger has come. They give you different tools. How the peace education program differs from that. It shows you how to let go of that anger and to rather connect to the peace, because both are inside of us. Which are we going to choose? So it can address all levels of inmates. Long-term prisoners, short-term prisoners, prisoners with behavioral disorders. Sometimes, a person who's behaving badly just wants a bit of attention. And sometimes this program gives them that attention that they need to calm down and feel good about themselves. Because when you don't feel good about yourself, you want to do bad things. So it's like, I'm not a psychologist, but I know I was quite naughty as a child, and I liked the attention I got when I was naughty. So that's the first point. And then the second point, Ernest, if you can take the one about, the third one I remember.
Okay, so the peace education program, it's neutral in its nature. It's apolitical and it's non-religious. So anyone can go through the peace education program. It accommodates everyone regardless of the color of the skin, the language that they are talking. And also, yes, with regard to partnership, we partner with government departments, with NGOs, and also we introduce the program to individuals. Thank you.
As far as I know, just to complete what you said, I don't think we have a partnership with anyone in Kenya yet. So was that all three questions answered, or was there one left out? Future programs. Well, by future, you mean in Kenya? Well, as we mentioned before, we're available to come and roll out the peace education program to the staff, because as I mentioned before, it's very important that the staff also receive programs. I remember meeting somebody who was a warden, and he is still traumatized because somebody committed suicide in the prison, and he was the first one on the scene. And he shared with me that it still plays over in his mind, and he's never had anybody to talk to about it. So my suggestion is that in the future, let's wait and see. I like things to unfold naturally. So if anyone's interested, they can come to the table, and nothing is there to block you from going through the peace education yourself first. First, see if you like it. You might not. And then take the next step. So that's the future. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you. And I think I just wanted to clarify that it's the first time that Anne's team are coming to Kenya. But I'm aware that later in the day, they'll be meeting with the leadership of the State Department for Correctional Services, including the Commissioner General and the Secretary of Probation, just to see how this program can be rolled out in Kenya. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari, for putting it straight. You want to add something, Madam?
Thanks, Dr. Humphrey.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Last question.
Fine. We have the last question from this end. Kindly facilitate the microphone to this end.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm John Ngugi from Probation and Aftercare Service. I have a small question about the use of the peace program for the juvenile corrections. Has it been tried among the juvenile corrections? Because we know juveniles have special needs. They need to be taken care of differently. So the way it's structured, because it's video-based, does it need to be restructured to fit the juveniles, or just administered as it is? And if it has been, what has been the results working with the juveniles on peace program?
Yeah. So that's a very interesting, good question, because we've noticed not only juveniles but adults, as we use cell phones more, our attention becomes worse and worse. So we have got a shortened version of the peace education program with activities that can engage younger audiences. So that's my answer to your question. And Ernest, you can share a little bit, because you use the program a lot with youth, which are juveniles.
Yeah, it cut across all ages. And hence indicated that there's a shorter version. So the peace education program has 4 versions. So we select according to the audience that we are going to present to. Thank you.
Thank you, really. Round of applause.
And maybe the very last question, Madam Naomi.
Allow me. Sure, I'll give you, then we'll give Madam Deputy Commandant the last, so that we have been directed by Dr. Young that the managers are going to sit and talk about this issue, then the rest will be addressed them. Mr. Kanyinya?
Okay, thank you so much. You said that the program exists in 42 languages. Maybe among those languages, how many are associated with our country, Kenya? Among the 42 languages that the program has been translated into.
Did he ask, is it been anything in...
Translated in one of the languages.
Yes. So it hasn't been translated into Swahili or any of the languages in Kenya as of this moment. It's quite an expensive process, and there really has to first be a demand and a need. Because sometimes we find that it's being translated and a lot of money is spent by the foundation, and to find that people can understand in English. And what we didn't mention is that people can reflect in their own languages during the courses. So if you have a desire to have it translated into Swahili, you're welcome to write a letter to that pep@tprf.org and motivate why. And you never know. So thank you so much, everybody, for giving all of this time to us. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Allow me to take the last. Okay, it has been taken care of. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. They have told us a lot, that every person needs to be treated with dignity. When you understand yourself, then you can also value yourself. Something that is a take-home for me is that you enjoy your life. Whatever you're going through, remember to do what? Enjoy yourself. And you can only enjoy yourself when you have that inner peace. Makofi ya mwisho kwao. Thank you really. And again, they have said they have a stand amongst the exhibitors. Please, let's feel free to visit and also visit other stands that we have within the exhibition area. At this juncture, allow me to invite Madam Susan. We'll have the dance band as we are breaking to a panel. So we'll have the team who are going to place the seats. As the dance band is giving us an item, we transition to the next. Karibu, Madam Susan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Now, let me take your minds off kidogo. The schools have closed. Hi, parents. Hello. We are watching our mental health and wellness for effective service. Yeah? And the schools have done what? How is your mental health? Did you yell in the morning? Hello? Yes. Kindly, as we take care of our loved ones at home, the schools have closed. Don't forget your mental wellness. Heavy duty, uwanjani wenyu tafadhali.
It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. Oh, it's okay not to be okay. Sawa. Wahusishe watu ambao wako karibu nao, wakumbuke kwa kuwapigia simu. Huenda ikawa anacheka lakini ndani anapitia magumu. Mkumbuke kwao, kumuhusia mambo mbalimbali. Usininyamazie, sema tusuluhishe mimi na wewe. Ukiona jambo usininyamazie, sema tusuluhishe mimi na wewe. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. I say it's okay not to be okay. Sema. Aha. Wiki ya kujiona na afya ya akili. Tuelimike, tusaidike, kwa pamoja tusome.
Asante sana, heavy duty. A round of applause to this lovely, lovely band. Thank you so much. Presentations, and the presentation will be about making the difference, localized solution to improving mental health and wellness in our correctional service. We will start by SSP Vein. SSP Ven Kerubo. Her career, she's a programs officer, staff welfare matters, Directorate of Rehabilitation, Welfare and Sports, Prisons Headquarters. Education, master's degree in counseling and psychology. She's coming, kindly mpigie makofi tafadhali akija. And bachelor degree in guidance and counseling. Makofi ya Madam Ven. Our next will be Joe M. Tiricha, bachelor's degree in economics and psychology from Kenyatta University, and master's degree in clinical psychology from USIU. Makofi ya Mr. Tiricha Kija. Psychologists and senior probation officer serving in Nairobi probation. Kindly clap for Mr. Tiricha. And finally, we will have Tomata Fadhale, Director, Education and Vocational Training, vocational training programs for the offenders. I'm kindly requesting each speaker to take 10 minutes, and welcome again, and you're free to start. Thank you very much. Kindly clap for this amazing, amazing speakers. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. As you've been told, my name is Ven Kerubo, a very proud correctional officer, and further than that, a very proud prison officer. Then deeper into that, very proud mental health practitioner. Say many amen. Amen. I'd like to say something briefly before I begin. When I joined the prisons, I did not know that I was going to be uniformed. I had joined in with a degree in counseling, and when I joined, I quickly discovered that I was going to run, do 1, 2, 1, 2, march, salute, wear uniform, be serious and disciplined. For those who know me, they know there's a part of me that really loves smiling and joking and making people happy. And here I was learning to have a serious face. I got to get the serious face. So today I'm trying to ask myself, which face should I put as I'm discussing about mental health in the prison's perspective. The presentation, I hope it's ready. Okay. So while we wait, when I joined, I further went to work at Langata Women Prison, knowing that I had a degree in counseling, and I was ready to face the challenges that I was going to find at the prison. But when I got there, I was very challenged because what I knew was not enough. And I had to go back to my books to read further and further. So for me, on this, as I stand on this stage today, I'd like to challenge all of us. Read further and further. Mental health is so broad, and there is so much, so much you can learn about it. So take time and read. Next slide. So, who are the mental health practitioners that we have in the prisons? The practitioners are many. They can be social welfare officers. They can be the counselors, the spiritual workers in all the chaplaincy areas, the medical staff, the staff who work in the AIDS control unit, teachers, The officers in charge, of which many are here, we do a lot of mental health issues from day to day. Duty officers, the other officers. We have volunteers who come and provide counseling services and other mental health awareness programs in the prison. Who are our clients? Our clients behind bars are the offenders. We have the family members to the offenders. We have our staff members, our colleagues. They're also our clients. We have the families of the staff members, and we also have children. We have the community around us as our clients. And as we are looking at all these perspectives, the question that we are asking ourselves is, are we able to provide perfect mental health and wellness programs for all these people we come into contact with? Next slide. My area of concentration today is on the localized solutions to mental health. I shall speak on the perspective of the prison because that's where I come from. The best thing about a prison is that for any client who comes in, they have to undergo they have to go through a health assessment. Our health assessment is wholesome. It is not just about the physical well-being. It also looks at the mental well-being. So our first contact in a prison for any offender is with the medical personnel. That makes us be sure that from the word go, assessment has begun. Then from there, there's the reception board, and there's all the other parties that work towards the treatment plan of an offender. Another important one is contact with the outside world. This one is done mainly by welfare officers. We do phone calls for any of, so that you sort out what is at home, and then now you need counseling, we have a counselor. That is a solution that we have on the ground. We have harnessed the services of students on attachment and on internship. These are students who, as they take in what they've been learning, as they practice, they are there to provide the services for our clientele. Let me tell you something interesting I learned. That the prison is somehow a market for all mental disorders. So if you're a student and you really want to get, especially clinical psychology, and you really want to get exposed to the mental disorders that we have in this country, you will find them in prison. You will find them. And you'll be able to learn so much. So this is a call for those who are students, consider coming to prison. We have records that we do for all our clients who undergo counseling services, for all those who undergo mental health assistance. We might have a file where we record that information. We might have a big black book where we record it. We code it, yes, but it's minimal. We have alternative programs that focus on talk therapy. Rather than talk therapy, and talk therapy is counseling, we have programs that our clients will participate in. So they will take part in sports, they will have cultural activities, they will do tournaments, they will do song and dance. We'll give them books. So we have alternatives for the therapy programs we have. And today, there's something I really want to emphasize so much, because it's the importance of the technical programs that we provide for our inmates. When the inmate is using their hands, learning a skill, akipiga rada, akishona, akifanya crocheting, knitting, clay pottery, when they go to the farm when they interact with nature, that is still therapy. And unfortunately, many of us don't identify the importance of industry and farm work. Because as you are working in silence, your brain is also somewhere else. There are thoughts that are going through your mind. There's something that is taking place. Something else that we have as a localized solution is that as officers, we have a wonderful medical scheme. It is able to assist us to be able to get further training when the need is there. Very, very good one. And lastly, my colleague yesterday mentioned it, that we have mental wellness committees in all our prisons, in regional commands. These are committees that have been established that contain different members of the station who are very actively involved in identifying the mental health needs of the prison, the mental health needs of individual staff, and coming up with a plan of intervention for all of them. I'm sure you know that we work very closely with major hospitals and major facilities that provide treatment for persons who might be undergoing alcohol, drugs, or substance abuse situations. Next slide, please. So I'd like to share with us some of the skills that we have that you might not know we have, and they are very important. The first good skill we have is working when we do not have counseling rooms. What do you do when you have no rooms? This is what the proactive mental health actor does. They make sure that they are approachable, they are accessible, they are easy to talk to, so that anytime you feel that you have a need, you can be able to approach that mental health actor. They walk around, they walk and talk, and they talk the walk. So as I'm walking and as I'm talking to everyone, you will never know what we are talking about, because that one is very social. We can be talking about anything around on this earth, but you know what? At times when it will be a mental health need, you will be still accessible, because they know if I go to Madam so-and-so or Afande so-and-so, we can talk as we are walking. Hey, nyumbani mulikuwa aje? Kuna kastori kamenifikia, lakini akajafika poa. Niambie hiyo story we mwenyewe. The conversation has begun. Let us go for tea. That is the best one. The best out of all the skills that one can have, because everybody is comfortable having a cup of tea, some samosas, a mandazi here and there, chapati, soda. Yeah, let us go to the canteen, let us sit down and let us eat. Nobody wants an empty stomach. The conversation has begun, and as you're sitting, things are unraveling. I know a guy. The best skill you can ever have is one of connection. Do you have referral networks? Do you have contacts? By the time the conversation is done, have you been able to refer to the next person? That is what happens when there are no rooms. Let us walk, let us talk, let us eat. And now I give you an assignment. Go see so and so. I have airtime on my phone. Let us have this conversation now. I'm sending someone to you. Make sure you see them. Next slide, please. Create rooms. Create rooms. Make mental health rounds and be specific. As you're going round to see the inmates from ward to ward, from block to block, today's topic, leo nataka kuongelelea na kusikia mambo ya mawazo peke yake. Mawazo, fikira, vile zina kushow, unafilaje? Hizo ndio za leo. Shida ya leo, si shida ya sabuni, shida ya maji. Another one is prevention. Appointments and keeps to it. Come and see me in the office at 11 o'clock. Have peer support trainings in that prison. And then intentionally make time. Make time to listen, make time to follow up, make time to follow up and ensure that what you started is actually fulfilled. Don't just refer and forget, follow up. Next slide, please. The skills we need to adapt and have at our fingertips are observation. Be able to see somebody and know what needs to be done. I already mentioned, have a wealth of knowledge. Next slide. How are you doing today? Smile. Eye contact. Know them by their eyes. Because as long as you have met them and you have known them, as you have seen them, then you can be able to identify when there's a change. If Njeri is always smiling, there is something today. Next slide, please. Collaborate with others. Partners, we need you. We need you to come in and join with us so that we can be able to work together. An officer in charge is an officer in charge is an officer in charge. The duty officer is a duty officer is a duty officer. We can't do both. We can't walk that journey fully. We need to refer. We refer to the right person, then the right thing shall be done. That is what will break the monotony and help us to work towards a dual relationship. You can be a mentor, you can be a facilitator, you can open the door for the next step. But then you cannot be able to take someone through 10 sessions of counseling. It is not possible. Next slide, please. I had mentioned some of the challenges, but we have solutions. We need to have our counselors go through a retooling program in the entire system, in our prisons. Help us come up with standardized practices so that I am not doing marriage and family therapy. Someone else is doing clinical psychology. Someone else is doing counseling psychology. Someone else is doing alcohol, drug, and substance abuse. Different schools of thought. But we can have a KPS, standardized way of doing things. That will be beautiful. Help us to have a way of storing our files in proper, safe facilities. Help us to have a system where we can be able to digitally work with our clients. Help us to be able to have good training and to have qualified, licensed counselors in the entire country. Help us by employing more mental health practitioners, psychiatrists, mental health nurses, specified for mental health. Help us in constructing rooms, beautiful rooms, not a room that looks like a cell, not a counseling session under a tree Help us have mental health emergency toll-free numbers. Give us a non-practicing allowance. We are doing a lot. We are really doing a lot. Next slide. This is my last word to us. In the prison setup, our focus is basically on inspection. Ulifanya nini? Unafanya nini? Utafanya nini? Let us help them, because mental health is about inspection, retrospection, circumspection, introspection, prospection, re-inspection. Tujiangalie na tujiangalie na tujiangalie tena. Thank you and God bless you.
Wow. A round of applause tafadhali. Makofi mazito mazito ya vein. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. I want to start produced, and I am a clinical psychologist, a licensed clinical psychologist, and a senior probation officer. And I will be talking about the same topic that my sister has, on the mantra that a healthy officer, only if an officer or a correctional staff is healthy, only then can they provide good services and quality services to the offenders and the clients. Very well. I don't wish to discuss what has been discussed in the previous sessions, but I am sure mental wellness has been introduced, and maybe they didn't use the exact words, but it's a state of psychological well-being that aids people or correctional staff or officers to cope with stresses of life and to realize their abilities, to learn well, work effectively, productively, and be able to contribute to the welfare of their clients and their environments and their communities. Next slide, please. And in talking about mental wellness, there are stressors that affect this mental wellness. And what are some of the sources of stressors or sources of stress? And the first one is vicarious stressors. Vicarious stressors are stressors inherent to the work. Stressors as a consequence of prolonged exposure to other people's stressors. And we know as correctional officers, as we were told yesterday, you have clients who are in a place where they don't want to be. Maybe as a probation officer, you work in a high court station where you're dealing with cases every day of murder and manslaughter and sexual assaults. Or maybe you're not even in such a station, but every client that you have presents a certain level of disappointment and heartbreak, and this continued exposure to such feelings, because you're a good human being, are most likely going to affect you and cause you stress. So vicarious stressor is one of the major causes of distress amongst correctional officers. And work overload, where there's a referral after referral, and just when you thought you were done with a referral, there's another referral. And job control is a third one. Job control is you do not have control over what clients you will get tomorrow. You do not have control over what referrals you will get to court, how much time you have to do this work, where are you even going to do this work. So this lack of control and predictability inherent in the work of probation and correction is another major source of stress. The other one is interpersonal conflicts within the workplace. Vita kati ya wafanyikazi wa correctional service. Saa zingine, you find that they are also a major source of stress. And underlying mental and physical health conditions, as you can imagine, if someone is predisposed to anxiety or depression, or they have a physical, are more likely to suffer from the brunt of the stressors that we've already discussed. Now, in talking about the localized solution, I will talk about them in two broad categories. The first one is at the station level, and the second broad category is at the institutional leadership and policy level. And at the station level, the first thing you want to do at the station, probation station, prison station, is ensure that there is psychological safety within the workplace. And in ensuring that there is psychological safety, the first thing you want to do is ensure that there is inclusion safety, particularly in probation where we have relatively new officers, and even when the officers are not doing, they are probably new in a station due to transfers and so on. So you want these officers to feel that they are included, that they are part of the family of that particular station. The next is learner safety. You encourage the staff within your workplace to experiment and explore and grow and learn within the workplace. And that is participation safety. Include them in the affairs of that particular station. And the last one, very importantly, is challenger safety. Encourage officers to experiment and then brainstorm and bring forth ideas. Very importantly is even when these ideas differ or dissent from the ideas of what has been practiced in the station for long, or even the ideas of the seniors. So you encourage people to challenge and brainstorm and bring forth ideas. Moving on, the next thing is to enhance the structures and supports that are already existent in the stations. And these are going to be very familiar to the probation officers here. We already have case conferences and case committees. Now to try and tweak these conferences and committees so that they can, in addition to addressing the welfare and the challenges of the offenders, that they also address a little, how did you feel as an officer dealing with this client or dealing with these family who were victims of the offense? How did that affect you? So to just tweak what we already do to address the wellness of the officers. Secondly is to encourage peer supervision and peer support, to encourage staff within the station to support and be there for each other. And that, importantly, is to utilize the competencies that are already available within the workplace. So I'm talking about maybe psychologists like myself and then social workers, technology experts, and what this does, including the clergy as well, and what this does is it gives you access to services that would otherwise be extremely expensive to access. And I know in prison they also have doctors and psychiatrists. And once you have these competencies within your workforce, then take advantage of that. That saves you the money that you would have spent to go looking for a psychologist or a doctor. And further, what it does to this particular staff member is, this doctor or psychologist or engineer within your workforce is going to feel valued and that he is seen beyond the routine work of a correctional officer. Further is to encourage staff welfare groups. We know we have these groups. Kuna chama hapa na pale. There's like a welfare group here for when someone has a wedding or they just had a child, or, you know, in the unfortunate event of bereavement and so on and so forth. So it's to encourage and support and enhance these resources that we already have. And that one is to team building activities for that pump of feel-good hormones and to bring the community of the station together. So take advantage of that team building activity component that is within our requirements as a station for that feel-good and togetherness of the station. Again, moving on again is to take advantage of the collaborations and partners and care providers that we have within our community. Here I'm talking about NGOs and community-based organizations and religious institutions and local businesses that might have a CSR, that may have a CSR component, which then we can tap in as stations to support and fill the gap that we have in addressing mental wellness, and local hospitals and dispensaries and psychology clinics to again further fill that gap. Now, in talking about policy, I want to move to the other general category of the localized solution. Next slide, please. So in policy recommendations and in institutional leadership, the first thing that you want to do is mainstream. What we want to do as leadership and at the policy level is to mainstream mental wellness in policy and practice. And I know our panel is going to be talking later about mainstreaming, but essentially to have mental wellness of officers and staff at the forefront of everything we do in practice and policy. And further is to establish mental health support programs. And I know Secretary Parks and the department are in the process of establishing like a panel of psychologists that can come and support officers in the event of mental health issues, and regular debriefing for officers to include mental health awareness in the training of officers and in the induction of new officers who have been recruited into the service. Next is to provide basic provisions. There is no mental health if an officer is not comfortable in their workplace. So these basic provisions are things like noise-free, clean, and comfortable workspace to ensure that there are amenities that the officers need, such as clean bathrooms, clean water are available to them. Security is very important that the officer, especially working with the type of clients that we work with, to ensure that the officers are at all times safe and secure. And basic requisite, because I work in a hostel, basic requisite provisions for clients in custodial institutions such as where I work, and prison institutions as well. Still on the policy and institutional leadership is training and education. Here includes training on mental health awareness, stress management and self-care, early detection of health issues among officers themselves and among the clients, and fighting stigma. There's a very important one that is not here, which is financial awareness and financial management, because we know money will never be enough, but there's a way we can make what we have do a little more. And as I conclude, to also provide for critical incident support. Critical incidents are those events that are abrupt and very grave and shocking that we do not expect as officers. And unfortunately, we have a lot of examples, a few examples of such, including what happened in Makadara recently, and Embu after that. What happened in Makadara and Embu, there was Namira before that, the Shakahola, where officers are in a state of shock that the leadership at the policy level to provide immediate support, first of all, to just swing into action and support the officers in the event of such traumatizing events, and further to also offer follow-up support. And lastly, to be in a state of readiness as a leadership, as a department, for such future events. And I'm not indicting anyone, because the department and the State Department swung into action in those two events that I have mentioned. And to provide, the further point is to provide reasonable and additional supports to officers who may suffer from mental health issues, with an emphasis on early screening and early intervention. Ukiona ndugu yako is going through a difficult time, or if you as a station manager, for instance, see that this particular staff member might be going through a difficult time, you don't wait for 3 weeks or a month or for it to become more adverse. You just swing into action and intervene as early as possible. And further, to ensure that the mental health policies, such as what Daktari discussed yesterday morning, the mental health policies that we have put a lot of effort to create for ourselves, that they are implemented and enacted and that they are reflected in our practices. And lastly, to ensure that we have medical covers that have a mental health component, because what we know is if officers, the biggest impediment to seeking support is where you have to go so deep into your pocket to pay for mental health support or counseling. But if this is already paid in our NHIF or SHIF, if that is already provided for in the cover that we have, then you're going to see more officers seeking help early enough. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Tiricha. Makofi ya Mr. Tiricha tafadhali. Welcome, Dr. Margaret.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you have heard, I'm Dr. Mutuma Margaret. I'm the Director Coordinating Education and Training in the State Department. And this afternoon, is it afternoon? No, we are still in the morning. Yes, this morning, I'm delighted to stand before you to do a summary of what my colleagues have already presented, and so I'll go straight to the matter of discussion. And I want us to look at the overview of this topic, that is making the difference, localized solutions to improving mental health and wellness in our correctional facilities. What are we really saying? We are saying that what we have been discussing here focuses on creating mental health and wellness strategies that are specifically tailored to meet the unique needs of different correctional facilities. Challenges faced by the staff surrounding community. This is the time to go specific. Wellness, whether for the manager or the inmates, that is the pivot. If we are to deliver services, then it's so much. From yesterday to today, they have been discussed so much, my two colleagues, and so many points on that, and therefore, have come last to do the summary, and that is exactly what I'm doing. But on this slide, please allow me to state that as we put all these points together, my presentation, as I put it, I would want to categorize all those localized solutions into 3 major groups. And the first one is the category of localized solutions that support the staff wellness. They have said it, they have been discussed since yesterday, but as you can see, they are all there. Conduct to know who are the officers at risk, going for support programs and all. The next category are those programs that are intimate the officers, because officers have their own. They are specifically tailored for who? The inmates. And here again, a lot has been discussed. Starting from trying to come up with programs that assist the inmates that are still in incarceration, those that have been released, and the young offenders, the youthful offenders, male and female, all those have been discussed by my colleague presenters. And the last one is the category of localized solutions that are related to the community integration. They are not programs for the staff wellness, they are not specifically for the inmates, but they now combine all of them, and they take care of community integration. Again, this is where now our esteemed clients, a case in point, this particular is one where all of us have come together to contribute in every aspect to have a conference that will take us 3 good days of useful time utilized. Now, again, I would want to summarize by discussing case studies on localized solutions where they have been applied, where they have been tried, where they have been implemented, and the possible results. Those localized solutions, those programs we are talking about, where have they been applied, tried, and what has been the results? Or what are the results if the programs are ongoing? And the majority of them are actually ongoing. And for this purpose here, we'll discuss or divide those case studies per 2 categories. The first category is the category limits or in their clients. And the results were that those techniques worked because they indicated reduced stress, anxiety, depression among the inmates, and most importantly, they were found to lead to improved behavior and reduced recidivism. And the next example or case study we are discussing here is one from UK. And in the United Kingdom, the prisons or the correctional institutions implemented programs that are therapeutic horticulture. And as they went about doing that, and some are also doing that now, they realized that the programs are good in the sense that they too shown reduced stress, anxiety, depression, improved self-esteem, and they also seemed to enhance social skills among the inmates. And the last country in the category of developed countries that you'd want to consider here, where a case study was undertaken, is Australia. And in Australia, the correctional institutions designed or developed programs that were tailored to peer support for the inmates. Again, the results were very positive. What they found out is that the programs showed a lot of reduced stigma, improved connections, and they also seemed to enhance coping skills among the inmates. I didn't mention that on this, we are going to categorize those case studies into 2 categories. We have just discussed the first one, the case studies that were conducted in developed countries. What about developing countries? That's the second category. And for the developing countries, we had a case study from India. And what did Indian prisons do? The Indian government implemented a prison yoga program to promote mental and physical well-being among the inmates. The yoga programs has to do with exercises. And what did they discover? They discovered that all those yoga programs that were introduced to their inmates led to reduced stress, anxiety, and depression among the inmates, and that led to improved behavior and reduced recidivism. Coming back home in Africa, in South Africa, again, the correctional institutions undertook localized programs to try and rehabilitate their inmates. And what did South Africa do? They established community-based mental health services to provide support to inmates before, during, and after incarceration. Again, what were the results? And the results of all this in South Africa indicated that there was reduced stigma associated with mental illness. They also found that there was improved access to treatment, and they also facilitated reintegration into the community. And so I would want to say this. All the above case studies demonstrate the effectiveness of various localized solutions in improving mental health and wellness in correctional systems back at home. Okay, thank you. Back at home, what are we doing in Kenya? In Kenya, we have also tried to have initiatives that are undertaken and deterrent to rehabilitating our inmates in each and every facility in Kenya. I will not go through them again because my colleague presenters had already done that. So in conclusion, the three of us, we wanted to say this, that mental health and wellness in our correctional systems are not a one-size-fits-all issue. So every correctional facility, whether it is holding youthful offenders, whether it is holding young offenders like the Bostos, or adult male and female, should be treated as an unique, and the programs designed to suit the client in those. Again, we note that by localizing solutions, we make the difference where it truly counts, that is on the ground, and in everyday lives of our staff and the inmates. We appreciate the fact that we have frameworks in place, but it is time to adopt them to the unique needs of our individual facilities. Then we'll ensure that correctional facilities will be equipped to promote health outcomes. Thank you.
We will have a nice style to appreciate our speakers. And after appreciating them, we will only have 2 questions. Only 2 questions because of time. So we will do what we call factorial 5. Factorial 5, we clap 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, we go. Wow, that was testing. Much appreciated. We do one, we be ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll have just 2 questions. 2 questions. All right, the first one is right here.
My question goes to Joe Mwenda. So you have talked a lot about station-level solutions, and you have also talked about policy-level solutions. I'm wondering whether you have some local solutions or suggestions that you can give correctional officers.
Thank you very much, Dr. And on what she asked is about individual solutions or strategies. And I think the first thing as an individual officer is to, first of all, know yourself and know your working patterns. I'm going to disrupt. And know your working patterns, and importantly, have an understanding of when you're not doing well and when you need to seek help. So to just know yourself as a first thing. The second thing is things like keeping, at the individual level, keeping up with your healthy habits. It's very important. So you're taking time to exercise, taking time to eat well, sleep well and sufficiently, know what you need to do so that you're able to sleep well, and things like that. Very healthy habits are important in maintaining good mental health. And the other important thing is keeping up with your social resources. So keeping up with your social, even when things are difficult sometimes, especially in the event of the incidents, the traumatic incidents that we talked about, you find that people have a tendency to isolate themselves. So ensure that you have good relationships at the workplace, good relationships at home with your spouse and your family, to endeavor. It's not always possible, but to endeavor to keep up and work on those social resources you have, to take care of, or to make time for your rituals is another one. If you are a prayerful person, to make sure that you have time for prayer. If you're into meditation and yoga, like we saw Dr. present about, make sure that you make time for these rituals that keep you sane. If you start your day with a cup of tea like I do, to make sure you wake up early enough so that you have 5 minutes where you dedicate just taking your cup of tea meditatively, where these rituals and habits, and I think that's a very important thing, and this is going to be my last point, is to seek help. If you feel like I'm going down with a physical illness, nasikia ni kama homa inanishika, don't diagnose yourself. Go and see a doctor. And especially in mental health, make time, seek help, talk to someone. Talk within the workplace, you can talk to your supervisor, you can talk to your colleagues, but importantly, ukiona imeshindikana kabisa, talk to a mental health practitioner. Go talk to a psychologist or a counselor. And what we talked about is that, of course, the leadership and the policy level, that officers are facilitated so that they have access to these resources, to these professional support. And once that is catered for, then when you have the access to this professional support, then usikae tu at the individual level. Please, ukisikia ni kama hapa mambo yendi mzuri, and just go and talk to a professional. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taricha. Our next question and the last one.
Thank you very much to the panelists. You have done a very wonderful job. Maybe mine would not be a question as such, but just an observation. As you were giving us the case studies to show how the localized solutions are indeed working, I would have really been encouraged to also, if we would have also given specific examples in our local context, because we are talking about local solutions. For instance, my mind rushes very quickly to the time of COVID. The visits were curtailed. Inmates were not allowed to interact with their families. There was a lot of stress. You remember the masks that we put on. How did we cope during those times? That is just an example, so that we also see how these localized solutions, specific examples, are working, maybe per station or region or things like that. Because I know the officers who are here have gone through a lot. They have programs which are being accustomed to those specific areas. If it is mediation between the the people who are grieved, you know, with the offenders and things like that, that they have adopted. So those are the things that we mostly wanted to see, so that what are these specific examples in terms of local solutions. Thank you very much.
Kindly clap for him. Thank you so much. We are now done with this session. Thank you. Clap for the speakers. Thank you so much. And for the next program, I'll invite my senior and also my co-MC, Mr. Justus Abuko, to continue with the program. Makofi ya Mr. Justus Obuko.
Asante sana Susan. Basi naambiwa usingizi imeanza kukuja. So kabla sijaita the next presentation, nataka section inipatie mtu moja. Bandi nipatie mtu moja hapo haraka. Dance band nipatie mtu moja. OIC nipatie mtu moja. PACS nipatie mtu moja. State Department mtu moja tu. Si angekuwa amefika. Section gani itakuwa ya mwisho ama ya mwanzo kufika? Mtu moja tu kutoka kila section. Hata bandi wamekuwa pole. Mtu moja kutoka. Yes, bandi washafika. Dance band mtu moja. OIC mtu moja. Ama OIC si hakuna. Station Commanders PACS mtu moja hakuna. Mtu moja tu. Watu na wellness kweli. Yes, good. Hii ni OIC, makofi kwa OIC. Yes, tena wanaangalia vizuri jenda. PACS. Hakuna mtu mmoja anaweza kuja hapa. State Department for Correctional huko kwa PS. Good. Yes. Tunataka watu wa aina hiyo. Who is missing? Nani ana miss hapa? Ini PACS. State Department teleposta. Ndikwaya. Angekuwa amefika. State Department ndio tunangojea. Partners leta mtu moja. Yes, watu partners. One person from the partners. So songa hapa juu, panda pale. Panda pale watu waone kumbe kila mahali mwakilishwa hapa. Naomba watu wasimame tafadhali. State Department mwakilishwa? Good. Want to do a small energizer hapa kufukuza usingizi. We are requesting everybody to be upstanding, yani watu wasimame. Hawa ni wakilishi wenu nyinyi wote. Tunataka kufanya energizer. Jana tulikuwa naona watu wa PACS kwa ile documentary. Tulikuwa naona watu wa PACS anatokea na mpira, anasema yeye anapenda mpira, si ndio? Mliona hiyo? Sasa hapa kila mtu atasema jina yake and will attach a movement kwa jina yako, si ndio? You attach a movement kwa jina yako. Kishafanya hivyo watu wanarudia. Kwa mfano mimi naitwa Justus, so nasema mimi naitwa Justus. Sawa. So Justus, kila mtu Justus unaenda vile nimeenda. So Justus, okay, kwako sasa.
Mimi naitwa Lydia. Hello.
No, sawa unafanya hivi. Lydia. Sawa, wewe unaitwa Lydia, unasema Lydia. Sawa, twende Lydia. Yes, sawa.
Mimi naitwa Papa.
Umeona hiyo? PAPS, haya kila mtu PAPS. Kuna watu waendi, mnatakaje? Twende PAPS. Okay. Yes, pepela. Twende kazi, pepela. Eriko. Twende Eriko. Abedi. Tena Abedi. Good. Sawa sawa. Tuwapigie makofi. Hiyo imetosha kufukuza usingizi? Ama tuongeze? Sika usingizi kameenda kidogo? Asante sana. Basi. So, kwa ruksa yenu tena, kwa ruksa yenu naomba niwaite haraka haraka our next panelists on mental health and wellness for special needs offenders. Mental health and wellness for special needs offenders. Nitaanza na panelists. Kagema, na ukiangalia steps za madam vile zinakuja, tuna confirm amepanda hiyo stairs, alafu tunaachilia makofi. Madam, stairs ziko hapa, panda taratibu. Thank you so much. Pigia yeye makofi sasa. Asante sana. The profile is not reflected there, but anyway, madam is a prison officer, ni in charge quartermaster, na ni mtu ambaye huwa katika social media with various outlets. Ni mtu anaelewa mambo ya agriculture na mambo ya akili ya binadamu. Next itakuwa ni Andrew Kenyoto from Probation and Aftercare Services. Andrew, thank you sir for coming. Asante sana. Panda jukwaa pole pole. Naam, tumpigie makofi tena. Vizuri sana. Number 3, tuko na Senior Superintendent of Prisons Justina Mwang'ombe, OGW, Kenya Prison Service. Wewe usipige mapema, ngoja kwanza. Stairs ziko pale. Akimaliza stairs ndio huyo anapanda pale. Basi sasa achilia makofi vile unaweza. Vizuri sana. Karibu sana madamu. And now we have Dr. Florence Mweni from Probation and Aftercare Services. Yes, Dr. Karibu kabisa. Pandia hapa ni steps 3. Hivyo 1, 2, 3. Makofi wapi jamani? Asante. Now the moderator to moderate this program. Moderator is Mr. Richard I. Robinson, MED. Mwenyewe. Sio unaelewa Kiswahili vizuri? Kiswahili si unaelewa sawa sawa? Karibu kabisa Kenya. Stairs panda. 1, 2, 3. Makofi kwake. Mimi sina lingine mbali to you. Mike. Microphone. Okay. Sawa. So bila kupoteza wakati, I hand over to you moderator. Kindly carry on with the program.
Thank you very much. And thank you to our panel here today, talking about a subject that's very impactful for me because one of the first jobs I had was working with developmentally disabled and special needs, mentally ill clients in different settings. So looking forward to our discussion today and hearing more about your thoughts on this. So as a first question, I guess, needs offenders in the correction system, what does it look like specifically?
I can define special need offenders as suffering from mental health, disabilities. You can also talk about drug abuse, age, or any other special
offenders. These are categories of offenders who, colleague has said, it may be based on gender, age, then on disabilities, mental tension, and then there are those who are, I don't know how people will take it, LGBTQ. These people, by virtue of their orientations, when in their prison facilities, they are special needs because they are very vulnerable. Thank you.
Special care, including women, children in conflict with the law, the elderly or veterans, the mentally ill, the chronically ill. All of these prisoners the prison conditions don't.
My child will get a simple thing like the best diet while in prison can cause children are getting outside there. They need play, they need those gadgets, just like our children, to scroll and see, and even have games like other children. So as such children have trauma issues and stress. And in most cases, as much as they are neurotic as they can move to psychotic if they are not taken care of. So, of course, and the other category that we want to go further than that, are what I define as special needs offenders in the Kenyan prisons context. Thank you.
Thank you. You also covered some of the questions I had. That's great that you kind of led into some of those things that those specific special offenders need. So any thoughts on
that? I think they have said everything. What I can just summarize what my colleagues have said is there is subjective needs and the objective needs that these people have, and that is why we classify them as offenders with special needs. By subjective needs is to me, the way that they view themselves, the way that they view their needs, what they tell us that they need for them to navigate the justice system, for them to be rehabilitated and reintegrated successfully into the community. So sometimes because of the needs that they have, some are developmental, of course, it is difficult for them. And we can see it as officers who do rehabilitation. When we're interacting with this person, we can see that we have to do an extra thing for them as opposed to the other offenders.
Thank you. So what challenges do you believe those who work in corrections have to face when they deal with these special needs offenders? What are specific challenges that these officers face when dealing with these different types of illnesses, different types of backgrounds when it comes to special needs? We'll start at the end. Any thoughts on that?
Okay, the special needs offenders, they have different requirements, and it's a very complex issue which cannot have, as the doctor said, that one size fits all solution. It is a very complex to situation. But there are some needs or requirements we can just state. But as we are dealing with those special need offenders, we should go further to get individualized or tailor-made needs so that we can handle the issues. For instance, these special needs, they need assessment on their mental issues. We can also talk about monitoring of how they are doing their drugs in case the professionals have prescribed them some medicines. We can talk about specialized housing. Most of the time, we find that we put our inmates in medical facilities where there are other people, but in case we had our own specialized housing, it can be good. Another thing is family support. This is very important because this person came from somewhere or she came from somewhere. It is good to inform or also to include the family support. We also need medication management. And this is very key. The professional, the health professionals may prescribe and give drugs to these people, but it is our work to make sure that the prescription is adhered to, that 17. If they are supposed to take their medicine at this particular time, they should take their medicine. And now the tricky part comes when we have the violence offenders or we violent mental illness offenders who are needing this special attention. So this is some of the things the special need inmates may require. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Andrew, before you answer, I'm going to throw a little wrinkle in the script here. She talked about individualized plans. How can you create individualized plans, especially when there's issues around resources and issues around, if Andrew can answer, then we'll come back, but I wanted to throw that in there to see how your thoughts are when you're talking about individualized treatments for these special needs offenders, but also dealing with the drought of resources.
Thank you. Before I tackle that, beyond what my sister said, what are these needs of special needs offenders? First and foremost is access to justice. We know special needs offenders, they are vulnerable. And when we combine with mental health statuses, it makes them worse. It's like double jeopardy. Then there is safety and protection. These people are very vulnerable. When they are coming in the criminal justice system, whether in correctional services, they are very vulnerable to abuse from their colleagues because their cognitions may be very low. Then there is access to health care. These are people need, like when we are climbing there, if especially there are people who are physically disabled, coming up here will be a problem. There are those even hearing is a problem. So these are the care. And then when they are leaving our institutions, continuity of care. There is what they were getting in the prison facilities, in probation service. Does the community has those services? Then to go back to the director's question, we need, after assessment is done, we need individualized treatment procedures because we know each special need offender is unique. My needs doesn't apply to another. The social circumstances to that specific special needs offender, they are not generic. So we need, when we are doing assessment, we need to be very particular. I cannot copy and paste what she has done to apply to my client. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
And again, continuing that with the additional piece, what do you see about when we have the lack of resources, how do we deal with these special needs offenders as well? So that's great.
So I get direct to resources and individuals then, or I?
Well, yeah, and when you're dealing with individualized plans, how do you manage that when you have a lack of resources? Because we all know that psychology staff, medical staff, they're in short supply everywhere. So when you have a group of special needs offenders and you have to diagnose and assess and do those things, what strain does that put on that group, and how does that translate into how the officers who work with those inmates daily, how can they effectively work with them when they may have some lack of resources? And I'm not saying that's the case in Kenya, maybe in other regions of the continent that I know that I've seen where those medical and psychological resources are very much strained. So when you're having to address the individualized needs of special needs offenders, how do you manage that? How have you kind of adapted to manage that is the question.
Okay, thank you, sir. I wish to add something to what my colleague has said. One of the challenges that special needs offenders face, and that one is the prison environment. Since yesterday, we've had this mentioned conspicuously by the speakers, Dr. Shimoli, Dr. Wanza, the panelists, and even today. So the prison environment is the greatest challenge to persons with special needs, especially women, because as I mentioned earlier, they come in with their children 4 years old and below, or they leave their children behind. So the prison environment, which is overcrowded, poorly ventilated, and unsanitary, plus a perceived risk of abuse and violence, exacerbates the special needs offenders' state. Because when I speak to one category, that is the category of women, in our own assessment and my experience in the 4 institutions that I've worked in, they have sexual and gender-based violence as a push factor. And most of the time, the mental illness that really comes in with women and develops sometimes after they are admitted into prison are the category that we call the neurosis, where we have mood disorders and the others that are mild. So in such cases, in an overcrowded institutions, in overcrowded women institutions and limited resources, because most of the time we don't have enough for all the inmates, you'll find that such inmates, especially women, will have suffered trauma that is relieved when they come to prison and they live in those conditions. So the mental illness that was mild in the level of neurosis now moves to psychosis, and they now become full-blown, and we are not able to manage them anymore. Then, on the question of limited resources and individualized plans for special needs offenders, yes, I wish to admit that, as I mentioned earlier, and as an economist, we believe that we have limited resources against diverse needs, especially for inmates. Let me use my own initiatives that I have taken in the women institution that I've been in charge, and currently as the in charge of Shimolatu Boston Institution, which is also a category of special needs offenders within the Kenya Prison Service. So the number one thing that we normally do, we don't ignore, despite the limited resources, we don't ignore going into this individualized treatment plan. It's very specific, it addresses their criminogenic needs, and then so we use the Bonita and the team, the Bonita and the ETL, let me say that, and the team R&R model to assess the inmates. So from that, especially for the juveniles, we use the reports that we receive from the probation and aftercare service officers, the initial report. So we make sure that we place them in the programs that are supposed to be, including taking care of their mental health issues and wellness promotion. So after we do that, we utilize the limited resources that are available to us because we are a government institution. We draw from the exchequer, but we leverage on the partnerships that we have. For Shimolatu Boston, after we place the inmate the inmate want, because under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, we have a principle that children should also have a voice in crafting their individualized treatment plan. So when a boy chooses a plan for him for the 3 years that he will stay with us, we now put him in the normal programs, but we leverage with stakeholders engagement, either under PPP, public-private partnership, or what our CS, the Chief PS mentioned yesterday, and the State and the PAC, State Department of Correction, whole government approach. So we approach the partners and people of goodwill who come in and also implement programs. Of importance are 2 partners. One of them is Nafisika Trust. Nafisika Trust is an organization that runs a program which deals with mental health of the juvenile inmates at Shimola Hospital. Even when I was at Undani and the other institution, we used to contact them and they will come up with programs. They have a prototype. So they come and tailor it to the type of inmate, whether women or children. So when they implement this program, we are now they address the mental wellness of the inmates. Plus what now we normally do under the provision of the government, including our own instructors who are correction officers. Then by the end of the day, we deliver and implement that individualized treatment plan for our inmates, and we review them after 12 months. Some of them go home and then they settle very well. So that's how we leverage on budget deficiency in individualized treatment plan for special needs offenders. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thoughts on that?
Maybe just to add that the ITP is one of the hallmarks of probation case management, because the probation officer is a case manager, which means that they have the ability to connect the offender with available resources. And it's true that you're saying special needs offenders, because of those subjective and objective needs that they have, sometimes outweigh the resources that are available. The medication might be there, but the supervision for adherence to that medication. Again, let's talk about substance use, offenders with substance use problems, for example. There is no free rehabilitation facility for offenders with SUDs. The only ones that they can be able to get, there is a national hospital called Madare Hospital, where at probation we have an office there. But that hospital, as the public place where the offenders might be put in for drug rehabilitation, then there is a private one. So affordability, what we might do is maybe recommend that they go to prison in the hope that there will be some kind of the programs that they are saying. So that's a problem. That's why, of course, one of the things we need to think about as an outcome of this conference by tomorrow, we need to think about, do we need to have a government or a corrections drug rehab for our clients? That's one of the problems. You know, young people, the youth, children and youth are in the category of special needs offenders. They need so many things. But then the resources outweigh. Sometimes it's the empowerment, it's the life skills, it's so many things that they need. There are people with physical disabilities who are collected from the streets by the police officers. They don't have wheelchairs. They do not have crutches. You know, they need so many things. There are people, offenders who need hearing aids. So sometimes their needs really do outweigh, but we do have those individualized treatment plans, and like my colleagues have said, where we are not able to, the partners will come.
And maybe starting back at the end again, can you talk to me a little bit more about the partnerships? I think that's an interesting point and how they actually assist. I know that in the U.S. we've enlisted the help of universities and those who are working like on master's level programs to come and do internships to kind of help bolster our mental health staff. Is there any other partnerships that you see have been beneficial in working with your offenders and the staff in the facilities?
Yes, they are. But before that, I want to add something. We cannot just say that, just to add that, apart from the resources challenges we have, there are other challenges we experience during our work. For instance, having overcrowded institutions, the correction officers not having the adequate training on how to handle these special needs offenders. We also have challenges of stigma and discrimination. For instance, if somebody is in charge of that block where we have inmates with special needs, in our language it will be said in charge of so there is a lot of challenges as the correctional officers working with the special need offenders. Now there are so many, I can tell you, because in our institutions there are programs which help. For instance, we have recruited, maybe not enough, but we have recruited the professionals who are health officers. Then they are concerned, or they do assessment and prescription of the medicine. We have the correctional officers who are also nurses, and their work is to make sure that they have, as I said, medication management, to ensure that at what time the enemy is supposed to take the medicine, she or he takes the medicine. We also have like referrals. Some of these special needs are referred to public hospitals, where now they get down what we are talking about, the individualized treatment. We also include the family is talking about that. So there are some, and also the program. This program, we have the counselors who do what we call cognitive behavioral therapy, where we want them to identify and work on their negative energies, negative emotions, negative behavior, and also able to work on that. We also have the direct therapy, where now for them it is enhancing them to have the coping skills and also to have life skills so that they can have problem-solving skills. Because some of these people, because of their mental well-being, they are involved with a lot of crime because they cannot able to control their energy. Also, the vocational training is also very important because now this one, it gives them the skills, yes, and also increases their self-esteem. Because when you do not know anything, you are kind of withdrawn. But the moment you have something you're proud of, I'm a carpenter now, I can be able to make a dress, it raises your self-confidence. And you know the mental wellness, it is also boosted by the self-confidence and esteem an inmate has. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, going off of what you just said, I heard the mention of kind of specialized training that is needed for certain staff to do things like medication distribution or things of that nature. What other specialized trainings do you think are in place or are needed to help staff better address special needs offenders in the facilities? In the community for probation as well.
Thank you. Like probation and aftercare service, we are one of practice guidelines, which in practice guideline number 8, it talks about how to handle special needs offenders. It gives who wants to work with mentally intelligent person with disability. We may talk about mental health, but people say because of their congestion, the deadlines, these people need a lot of patience, and we are in a hurry to do reports, so these people drag you down. It needs, because to do even a rapport building, to get a report on them, it takes time. And as we want to spend, when we go to prisons interview, perhaps I had planned to take 30 minutes, but these may spend those 30 minutes doing rapport building because the pace of this person is not like our ordinary offender. So we need capacity building on officers, on how to deal with these people, and also on attitude change. So the stigma that is in the community, you should not pursue these people even in correction settings, because we know they are draining. They drain a lot. I've worked with these people, even to get a comprehensible report. Even when we take to court, people wonder, how did you manage to get this information? So it needs a lot of dedication, a lot of training, and self-drive, and more so the positive attitude. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say, Andrew, is more like interviewing skill techniques to learn more how to
those glaring gaps? Thank you.
Okay. In addition to, in relation to vulnerabilities, especially for the two categories, women and elderly persons in prison or
veterans, I'll start with the women.
Women have the general caregiving responsibilities back in the society. The incarceration sometimes disproportionately affects the children left at home, especially in the modern society where women play a bigger part in of caregiving and also provision of the children. So that alone, for a woman who is in prison, that goes with women and crime, especially in the Africa. So in such, they are easily ignored because of the diverse needs in terms of, in relation to their relates to their diet, the children if they accompany them to prison 4 years and below, the sanitary requirements can be a stressor to a woman. Yesterday we are told here by the first panel, one of the panelists in the first panel, especially when you are in prison, it moves from normal deprivation to a stressor which can go to the extent of. Lastly, about women is on the budget, and I want to tune it with the second point, that when we have budget cuts, when the director planning tries to enhance our budgets and at one point it's decided at that level beyond his whatever that the budgets are cut for prisons or prison facilities, then when that is done in relation to women prisons, it affects the prisoners, the women prisoners more than the men because of their diversified needs, as I mentioned. For elderly persons in prisons, most of the time, and sorry to say that, with all due respect to the veterans here, being an elder person sometimes is related to some kind of diseases, especially what we call the health, like diabetes, pressure, high blood pressure, and there is sometimes even disability comes with age. So when these persons are behind bars, and as we look at the conditions in prisons, we talked about overcrowding, lack of privacy. Sometimes they share the dormitory with younger persons in prison. So that alone, as much as it's not physical abuse, it results to psychological abuse, and sometimes can bring trauma in this elderly person that will now develop to a mental illness while in prison. So elderly persons, you mentioned and you asked, how can you deal with this? As the station commander, you should have deliberate efforts to ensure that elderly persons have some level of respect from the younger inmates, and if they can be accommodated in a place where their general privacy, we cannot have rooms for all of them, but in a place where when an elderly person, let me use the word strips to go for shower, is not like in the presence of younger persons in the same dormitory. Sometimes it enhances their self-esteem and prevents mental illnesses that relate to age of in relation to elderly persons in prison. That's one of the examples, but you can also have a forum with them at least once per week where you invite them for a cup of tea. That is localized initiative as elders, and ask them, how can we improve the conditions here? As much as we won't implement everything, but just giving them an ear, because that is what other elder persons are doing outside there within the principle of normalcy in human rights-based approach to correction work. Then that can reduce the effect of imprisonment to elderly persons. That's just but a few. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just a minute, if you don't, just have a minute. Okay, just also to add on that,
When you're doing we have just said that way forward one includes the mandatory health assessment. As we also do the risk assessment, it's also always good also to handle the immediate needs of an inmate, of an offender, because some of these immediate needs may be the stressors. For instance, a man left the ATM at the police station, like she has said, a baby left at home unattended. If these immediate needs can be addressed, they can also reduce the stresses, and maybe now it cannot be turned into depression and mental illness. Thank you.
I want to respond to what my colleague Grace said about the children and young offenders in our institution. The way I have been thinking about it as a child justice practitioner, in probation we now have a special needs offenders division, very deliberate, set out in the aftercare directorate, and it's headed by a deputy director. So that's being intentional about the affairs of special needs offenders. When it comes to assessment, we know, the ones that we sent to Boston institutions in prison, we use the youth level of service assessment tool, which was developed, I think, by Bonta and Andrew, like you were saying. That tool only looks at, a few criminogenic needs, including, peer association and all that. It might not tell you that this boy or this girl has conduct disorder, they have oppositional defiance disorder, they have ADHD, or they have whatever. There are basic screening tools that have been developed, and they can be used by a prison officer, they can be used by a probation officer, and they are there. As a State Department for Corrections, we really need to take this issue of screening very seriously and actually put those things in place, because some of these tools are already there. I mean, we borrowed the Bonta and Andrews tool, youth level of service, not ours, tailored it a bit, and we are using it. It's in the through care procedures, and I think those who work in Boston know the through care procedures, probation officers, of course, know the through care procedures, so that when a probation officer is referred to a case, when they are interviewing that child, they will also use that tool. That will help them to decide, is this child fit for Boston institution? Are they fit for a probation hostel? Are they fit for a rehabilitation school? Are they fit for KYCTC? Those are our statutory institutions for children in conflict with the law. So if we as corrections can really synchronize and standardize some of our screenings and rehabilitation programs, because as you see, we deal with the same offenders. They stay in prison, they come to us for rehabilitation. The children, we are the case managers who distribute them to the various institutions. But then there is that silos in operations. It's time, my colleagues, that we standardized our screening, our assessment, and our rehabilitation programs. That way, we will not be stuck in this roundabout of what do we do. The practices are there, we just need to put them in a way that they're implementable by everybody. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so once again, you all see how these issues are very prevalent and how important they are, and we could talk again, I'm sure, for hours on this subject, and I'm sure there's some thoughts that you still want to share or some questions you still may have. Again, I would just encourage you to contact our panelists and see if they can answer those for you. But I want to thank them for their time and for their experience being shared with us on the stage here. So thank you. One more hand for them again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our panelists, Florence, Justina, Andrew, Elizabeth, and of course the moderator, Richard, for taking your time to enlighten us. The talking continues, even if by the time they leave this stage, when you are going for lunch and whatever, kindly continue interacting with them so that we get more information. So thank you so much, and now I request you to leave the stage. Yes, you can use this side, Justina. You can, yes, so that I can supervise where the stairs and to create some. Okay. Yeah. Good. All is well that ends well. So tuwapigie makofi tena ya mwisho. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Now, tunabakisha nini mbili. And hope tutamaliza ndio tuende lunch. Si ndio ama? Si ni vizuri? Tumalize ndio tuende lunch kabisa, sio? Ama? Iko hivyo? Sawa. So kidogo, let me see. Is Steve around? Steve Wahoo? Okay. So our next presentation is on innovative mental health and wellness promotion approaches in Kenya Correctional Services. Innovative mental health and wellness promotion approaches in Kenya Correctional Services. And to take us through this topic, I invite Moffat Mariara from the Kenya Prison Service, stationed at Industrial Area Prison, a Master of Science in Health, psychologist, and also coordinator of AIDS, TB, and ADS in the Kenya Prison Service. Moffat Mariara, kindly where? Yeah, that is Moffat. Immediately gets on. Yeah, let's clap for him now. Karibu sana sa. And then to join Moffat on the stage is Dr. Joyce Muchemi, PhD, Assistant Professor, Criminal Justice, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, United States International University, Africa. Dr. Joyce. Yeah. Hope I've not ambushed you. All right, eh? Yeah, okay, yeah. Kindly. Let's clap for her. Thank you so much. So the two will take us through that. And now,
good afternoon. My name is Joyce, as you have heard, and I teach criminal justice. So I was advised to look at innovative strategies for mental health in Kenya. And I've been listening to the discussions, particularly the very last discussion, and I found it very insightful. And I am really surprised that we have such experts, and yet we don't interact with them in academia, because we are in academia and we are always looking for people to come and give the practical experience of what happens out there in the field. Remember, sometimes we've all been to school, and what we learn is so theoretical as opposed to really what happens on the ground. Things are very different. So in my thinking, as I was thinking about innovative strategies for mental health, I thought about the use of rehabilitation through community engagement. And when I talk of community engagement, I'm referring to all the stakeholders out there, including us who are in the academia. So in that regards, I will be briefly talking about how we can promote mental health in prisons through engaging the community out there. And specifically, I've been thinking about institutions of higher learning, not just universities, but all institutions of higher learning, plus of course other stakeholders in the society. I say that because I teach corrections and punishment among many other courses, and we visit Kamete Prison and Langata Prison. And I must say that every time we go to these prisons, the students say they learn more in that one day because we spend the whole day there engaging with both the prison staff and the prisoners. And they say that they learn more from that one day experience as opposed to our 14 weeks in class. So that means that if we were to have more engagements between these parties, then maybe we would be at a better place, and such synergies would make every member of the society aware of these mental health issues. And when we talk about mental health issues, I think of myself and all of us, occasionally we go through, stress and stuff like that. But maybe because we are in the global south, we keep on saying, oh, this is normal, you just sort your problem. So until the day I run mad, that is when everybody will come and rush me to, to what we call this, Madhari or something. So these mental health issues are there for all of us. But you can imagine to someone who is incarcerated and incapacitated, meaning that they can't move and they have all this time and all this energy, and some of them are very young. So mental health is high. And I must say that the last time I went to Kamete, which is this year, I was surprised to hear that some of the young men I saw there went there normal. But a good number, or a certain number, are going through mental health challenges. I was a bit surprised, but I can imagine the incapacitation and all that. So with that regard, I have been thinking of, for example, how correction institutions can partner, for example, with an institution like my institution and other institutions of higher learning and tertiary institutions. I say this because whenever we go there, I see the urge that the students have to share what they have with these young inmates. I remember the last time we went, we found a gentleman who has been there and he's written books. And the students were so eager to buy these books. Yet we didn't know that these books exist. We bought those books, I think there were books on entrepreneurship. And we bought the books, and he said that I wish I could get a computer. If I have a computer, I can do much more. And one of the students promised him a laptop. And when we went back, the student was following me, oh, Prof, I promised so and so, how do I get this laptop there? I also don't know how to get it there. Meaning, what I'm trying to say is that if we have synergies where we know that these are the guidelines, we want to partner, for example, with Langata or with Kamete, and we want to be going there every now and then, let's say once a month, either to give books, or the students who are very good in IT can teach IT skills, or we could even have, in my university we have what we call community service, and it is a very strong component of our evaluations, both staff and students. So we look for opportunities for community service, and they exist, but we don't know. When we write letters to visit committee, we've never been told no, but the process is quite tedious, and sometimes you have to ask, where do I take this letter, etc. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that if there were clear guidelines of how we can partner, we can collaborate, we can work together. I see a group that is so ready to help, for example, in my institution, but they don't know how. In the same case, I occasionally invite a practitioner, for example, a probation officer in my class, and you find that the information that they give is so useful, is so important, because I'm looking at this from a theoretical point of view, but this practitioner has both theory and practice, and the students are really able to learn more. So these partnerships are not just tied to universities, but they can be tied to other institutions. So that's how I'm looking at it in terms of innovation through community engagement. When we went to committee, for example, I saw inmates who are very good in dancing, others were cooking mandazi. In Langata, we have the bakery and all that. And I was just thinking, these are skills that can be, they can be nurtured, and maybe even funding can be, can be found. For example, I know we look for what we call multidisciplinary partnerships, where we partner with institutions that are not academics, and we look for grants, and we can do research and write papers that inform policy, and maybe even see how can we help these students individually, and not students but inmates individually. I don't know whether my time is up, but basically those were my thoughts as someone who has been visiting the prisons. When I look at, for example, skills that I saw there, if they are enhanced and nurtured, and maybe even we bring experts, for example, IT experts, and excess resources that we don't know where to take, as long as there are guidelines, then I think those synergies can bring a lot of good for the inmates and the community. And speaking of which, through our interactions with these inmates, we've come to realize that they are normal people like us. And I remember one of the students saying that, oh, you know what, Prof, I think one day I would have been jailed. This inmate has told me he did this, and I did something similar, just that I was not caught. So you see now, we start embracing these inmates and appreciating that we could also be caught in the wrong arm of the law. And also, learning that this can be, a crime, etc. And once we engage with them more and more, we appreciate them, we empathize with them, and we create their re-entry back in the society easy, because already we are interacting with them. I think I want to edit there. I just wanted to talk from my mind and from my experiences, but for me, my recommendation is partnerships, and these partnerships are win-win partnerships, because we'll be winning, we'll be getting a lot of information and practical experience from the field, and maybe these institutions will also be gaining a lot from us, both in terms of knowledge, maybe resources, and all that. So thank you for listening to me.
Nakusikia lakini kwa umbali. Nakusikia lakini kwa umbali.
I don't know whether you listened to me after the doctor spoke, but I'm here. I'll try. My seniors, my colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Superintendent of Prisons, Movat Mariera, and I will present a focused presentation. What do I mean? Sitaongea kuhusu probation, because I know your work generally, but I don't understand what you go through in terms of mental health. What I can remember, in 1995, I was posted shortly to what was called MP. That is what right now is called CSO. after 1 week, the officer in charge called me and told me, MB has been taken away, so can you come back? And that is where my stress began. But with time, Dr. Flores, I remember I met you in 2002 at Makadara. You are my supervisor. I think that is where things changed. You took me through what probation is, and I think my problem with probation came to an end. I also want to be superintendent of Bosto, hoping that Bosto is not also going. But that is on a light note. I was just trying to manage my stress. When you see me here, you don't have to look for someone who's suffering from stress. You can see stress in me. This podium, with all these guys, is a kind of stress. So I'm managing my stress through pointing fingers to the probation officers. But you are our sisters. But what I'm saying, Boston institutions, led by Justina Mwangombe and the YCTC, is still ours. Thank you. My presentation today is about innovation in mental health and wellness promotion approaches in Kenya prisons. Sijasema Correctional Services, in Kenya prisons. When I say about Correctional Services, I'll be pretending that I understand so much about probation, of which I'm not. Ile tu kidogo ya juju wakati naenda interview, I must know kwamba probation wanafanya CSO, probation wanaandika court cases and all that. But then I'm just focusing my presentation on Kenya Prison Service, where I have served for 31 years and I understand what we go through, from the rank of a constable to the superintendent of prisons. I'll also note, I said I have deliberate limitations of this presentation. Ambao ni probation tutaongea sana kuhusu kwa sababu I don't know what they go through, and then inmates already they are catered for. In most cases, our partners, Kenya Prisons, Ministry of Health, are taking care of them. But the person today I want to talk about is the Kenya Prisons officer, and more so the constable. So my aim of this presentation, I just want to provoke your imagination on innovative ways on which we can solve mental issues in our prison service. The key word is innovative way, innovative, which means just simple ways of doing things, new simple ways of doing things with limited resources. I've listened since yesterday, presentations given. It's okay. But the word innovation is left out. Already, it is not from my mouth, it has been said that we are struggling feeding inmates, so recruiting counselors and recruiting officers means it is out of our priorities. So I'm just trying to look at innovative ways in how we can put interventions to take care of mental health and wellness. My structure of presentation, we follow this way. I start with overview of mental health and wellness, and then proceed to job demands and stresses. And that is why I said my focus I'll have a focused presentation. Sitaki kuenda nje, just job demands. Or in other words, you can say work-related stresses, stress. Then I'll come to something I call the big question. The big question will be answered by innovative approaches and resources for mental health and wellness. And they will be my hypothesis. If you buy them, well and good, go and implement them. They are low-lying fruits. It is not about recruiting officers. Already we are told here kwamba hata kulisha wafungwa ni shida, so where will we get money to do all other things? Let's go to 2.0 overview over there. It has been said world over, and this from research papers, that prison officers are more susceptible to occupational stress and strains over and above the average person working in other professionals. And that is true. Why? Simply because these stressors are directly and significantly correlated to mental health and wellness. I was reading a journal paper that was a research on American correction officers. And it said, prison officers, the level of stress among prison officers in the United States is so high than the level of stress of the USA Army returning from Afghanistan. Now imagine what could be Kenya. Kama stress ya America ambao wanalipwa mzuri prison officers iko juu kushinda wale military wa US who are returning from Afghanistan is high, and then ours could be astronomical. Next slide. I just want to go through this because most of these things have been said, and I don't want to waste a lot of time because of pressure of time. And this stress is made more worse because as prison officers, we work in an environment that is violent and with a lot of conflicts. And the end result we get in stress and psychological disorders. Next slide. I just wanted to talk about mental health and well-being, the concepts, the definitions of the two concepts. But already they have been dealt with by previous speakers. But in short, mental health is just the right frame of mind to operate, to navigate, and to manipulate the environment so that you can make the right decisions, solve problems to your advantage. If I may give an example, I want to marry. My self-esteem is low, my confidence is low. Will I? The answer is no. I have poor mental health. So when you have the right frame of mind, and that is mental health, then you are able to manipulate the environment to your advantage. And that is what we mean by mental health. Poor mental health is when you lack those parameters. Stress and mental health. You all know that stress strongly and significantly correlate with mental health. I don't want to belabor on that because it has always been said. I don't want to waste time on that. Now, job demands. I'll not go to family, domestic issues, I'll not go there. I just want to be focused on job demands as stressors of a prison officer. And we say job demands are just work-related stresses. And it has been shown by research that when you have high perception of high job demands, then you are likely to suffer mental health problems. Are we together? I hope so. All these things have been said. And some of these job demands are like workload for prison officers, low pay. I think that is debatable. Poor working environment. Yes. When I came from where I was working, then I went to the station. Initially, I was on a swivel chair, and then all of a sudden, you get into Kenpol. It really traumatizes. So, what I'm saying is working environment. Administrative processes. Funded here. That is one of them, and we shall talk about them. Control. Do officers feel that sense of autonomy, of control? Are all difficult? Excessive punishment? All these are sources of psychological stress, which of course spiral down to mental health. Next slide. Now we come to the big question, which says, which innovations, resources needed to promote mental health and wellness among prison staff? Hapo ndio nataka sasa tukae. All these other things, I was just trying to jog your mind. And to answer this question, I've highlighted several points we can think of, we can discuss, and these are just low-lying fruits which we can implement immediately we leave the gates of this compound. The first one I'm suggesting, because this is not what I've done, this is what, for my 31 years in service, what I think of, so they just remain hypotheses. But if you feel that they are worth, then we can implement. Alternatively, I wish to ask the leadership, all what we are doing here is just opinion and hypothesis. But can we test those hypotheses in real research? Let's go to stations, get views, collect those views, and come up with objective decisions. The first one is there a need to develop or review, because maybe there is, that is why I have review. Develop or review policies on mental health and wellness in the prison service. Do we have a work policy on mental health? Maybe there could be, lakini sijaona moja. Maybe there could be. But I'm suggesting, do we need it?
Come again?
Do we need to mainstream mental health in all our working areas? Do we need to have mental health as a thematic area in our strategic intent? What does our strategic plan say about mental health? As a question. And I don't want you to reply, but can we think about it? Because I said, these are big questions which we are supposed to ask ourselves before we move out of this gate. Stigmatization is a real problem. How consequence in terms of individuals seeking early help? Wanaogopa, nikienda kusema mimi niko na hii shida nitaitwa wazimu. So how can we help? Using the word innovative, so recruiting of counselors, innovative, very simple. Because we don't have money, we are struggling feeding our prisoners. Sensitization of staff on all aspects of mental health and wellness. Iko staff hawajui kwamba akisikia is just hopeless, amefanya kazi, hajui what is burnout, hajui kama ni issue ya mental health ambayo inaanza. So can we, at our station levels, especially officer in charges, can we sensitize officers on this onset things ambao staff anajua kwamba nikisikia hivi, sio kuzuri, I must seek help. Training facility leadership on soft skills, such like change management, communication skills, conflict management, stress management, etc. Soft skills. Most of our stress, most of stress ya wale watu wa chini is because we cannot communicate effectively. At our levels, at our facility levels, if you don't communicate effectively, you are likely to cause stress among members of staff. Some simple conflicts need to be managed. Because stress, as I understand it, is not about one thing. Sijui kama mmeenda kwa hardware mkatumia ile ratili ya samasi au digital ya siku hizi, ile ratili ya zamani. Ile unaweka, mtu anaweka sukari, mpaka anaweka 1 grain, inafanya nini? Inaenda chini. So stress is just accumulation. Ikifika zaidi, mahali sasa ameweka ile msumari ya mwisho, ile ni nina, inaenda chini. Now that is where mental health comes in. Stress is just accumulation of several stresses. Ya nyumba, ya wapi, yote, moja ndio inakuja kulipua. All other things, hizi zingine zote, they can fluctuate the transformer, but they don't burst the transformer. But one will come in and just blow out the transformer. So can we go back and call for, in fact, karibu officer charges wote, in fact we don't have to train them because most of them have gone for senior management course, so they know what change management is, they know what conflict management is, communication what it is, so it is just about implementation. We don't need funds to implement this. We just need goodwill. Na kujua kwamba stress is a problem. Can I implement what I was taught by Kenya School of Government? Stress management, hiyo watu wanafundishwa. This has been said. Can you include aspect of health, mental health in our training curriculum? This has been said, I don't want to go through it again. Then, next is reducing workload. Workload, nimesema karibu pepa zote zile nimesoma. Workload is the single one thing which is causing more stress amongst officers. Officers ameingia usiku leo just because there are no good numbers of prison officers. After 1 week tena amerudi usiku hivyo hivyo, na mahali anaenda ni Kisugu. What do you expect? Just stress. But then how do we do this? How do we solve this problem innovatively? We might cry of that officers are few. It's okay. But they are not as few as such. If we do proper deployment of staff, surely, hata kama tuko few, we might manage some of these cases. Enda station, na hii si chomi, lakini nasema tu, of course officer in charge yako na askari wawili, 2IC wawili, some big stations, security officers wawili. So can you donate so that they beef up the numbers? Can we also try to embrace strategies ambao is the retain officers, because there's staff turnover is so high. So what motivational strategies can we give so that we retain officers? Can we dismiss officers on extreme cases? Those are some of the things we should look at. How many officers are working outside their mandate? So many. Kama naongea mbaya mnisamehe, but ni ukweli. Kwa ofisa anafanya wildlife, kwa mwingine ameenda driving, alingine mwingine ameenda. But what about our mandate? I think we should first care about ourselves. I'm sure next time MC akipatiwa gari will be there. Sports. So many ambao wamekaa huko for 20 years, hajaileta kikombe, hajaileta chochote, lakini yako hapo. Kwa sababu hataki kufanya kazi, so wachache wanafanya nini? Wanafanya kazi. So there are so many ways to beef up our staff members without necessarily recruiting. Now, I'm saying this point because it has been said through research that workload ndio inafanya nini? Ndio inasumbua zaidi, ndio inaleta stress. And when I talk about stress, stress is connected to mental health. So if I say stress and I don't talk about mental health, please forgive me na nijazie hapo. Then we have transfers. Transfer staff only when it is necessary, considering family needs, while preparing them through change to new environment. Transfers are normal and are quite good for several reasons. But then how do we do them? How do you do them? Unapata transfer leo, before even you sign the signal, nyumba imechukuliwa. So such like this, those small things which might bring up stress among staff. Give that period the officer to go through that change. And also support the officer to go through the change. I'm not saying that transfers are bad. Transfers what do you do in that change? Provide other alternative ways of dealing with less severe cases of indiscipline. Sometimes there some cases are just small and you can just guide them to a counselor guiding badala ya kwenda through this or this. Next slide. My first name, and I just felt just motivated. Only that. You don't need money. Just writing a commendation letter, that is motivation. Very simple things. Facility in charge to promote and facilitate physical exercises and sports in their facility. Of course, we know physical exercises is good for those who have stress. Then, okay, I've been hearing about having committees in prisons which are dealing with mental stress, but then it's okay, not bad, but are they trained? And if you talk about training, then it means kwamba you use money. But then why can't every prison has a clinician, and those clinicians are trained on some aspects of mental health. Why can't you use them and they become mental health officers, just like HROs? And then they report the officer in charge on matters of officers' mental health. I think that could be a more innovative way, but it's okay. It's a point of discussion. Role clarity or difficult is a source of stress. If the work is hard, it is not clear, then it becomes stress some of individuals. And right now, I can say that in some regions, we don't have mentors. Why? Because mentors wengi wameenda huko mashinani, wameenda kuretire mashinani, then Gen Zs wamebaki Nairobi. So who will clarify those issues? Can we think about balancing these ages so that Gen Z wako 40, pia wengine wako wakuonyesha kazi. It is a time bomb, and I think we should think about it. How do we balance these people in regions? Because we also need that succession management. Nairobi, sitaki kuongea sana, lakini I don't have the figures, but it could be more of Gen Zs than the rest. Then we have some posts in prison promote long periods of unsocial hours, e.g. watch hours. Can we reduce hours in those unsocial posts ambao unaenda unakaa peke yako? And in most cases, hii vitu kama self-harm, suicide, they happen in those towers. How can we manage that? Lack of interpersonal skills among officers lead to poor interpersonal relationships in the workplace, leading to conflicts and stress. Yes, so what can we do about that? Can we train officers more, so the officer in charges to deal with these interpersonal issues? Can officer in charges organize and plan team building activities? Those things don't need money. Then we have low autonomy or control among staff has been found to cause stress. Yes, if you don't engage your staff in decision making, in planning, wataka kando, hiyo ni yake, ni officer in charge. So can we engage them? Conclusion, problems of mental health and wellness are costing the service dearly in regard to quality time, quality workforce, courtesy of high staff turnover, of course, and poor delivery of services, full stop. Stringent measures to manage stressors responsible for poor mental health and wellness are highly welcome. That ends my presentation, and maybe before I leave, Mr. MC, I'm not the coordinator. I was the coordinator sometimes back, so that clarification should be made. Sijasema niko mimi ndiye coordinator wa HIV/AIDS. Thank you, and God bless you.
Asante sana, tuwaongezee makofi tena. Labda tutakuwa nayo baadaye because now we are rushing against time. But I want to appreciate you, Joyce. Dr. Joyce and Mofat Mariera, for taking your time to take us through the innovative ways of looking at mental health and wellness. Kindly, you are now free to leave the stage. Tuwapigie makofi tena wanapotoka. Hello, we want to set the stage for the final presentation. As we set the stage, kindly heavy duty tupatie kanini kidogo tu. Naomi will be leading the stage, setting the stage, then tutaambia nini inafuata.
sana mali wengu haonjeneye masake na baraka zake Mwenyezi hata inuliwe hata funguliwa njia za amri hata inuliwe hata funguliwa Hosana amri.
Asante. Asante sana. Asante sana video. Tuwapige makofi tena. So as seniors all guests, we have our last presentation today, and that is mainstreaming mental health and wellness interventions into our correctional institutional systems. Mainstreaming mental health and wellness intervention into our correctional institutional systems. And now the panelists in this presentation will be Elizabeth Ribiru, State Department for Correctional Services.
Thank you, Madam Elizabeth Ribiru is a civil servant currently working with the CSDC as a Principal Supply Chain Management Officer. She's trained chaplain with Seventh-day Adventist Church. Educational background, she has a Master's of Science in Supplies Chain Management from the University of Nairobi.
Let's clap for Elizabeth. Thank you so much. To join Elizabeth on stage is Peter Masharia, Probation and Aftercare Services.
Peter Masharia is Officer in Charge, Eldoret Probation Office Station. Education, he has Masters of Arts degree in Christian Education, Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics and Sociology, Teacher Graduate Diploma from Africa International University.
Let's clap for Peter Masharia kindly. And next is Raymond Kirui, Probation and Aftercare Services.
Raymond Kirui is a director at PACS, professional counselor registered with Kenya Counseling Association. He's a mediator with Suluhu Mediators, and he is also an ordained pastor. He also Masters of Art in Sociology, BA in Political Science, higher diploma in Psychological Counseling, and diploma in Theology.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Raymond. And now next on the stage is Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Madam Susan Majere, Director Rehabilitation and Welfare, Kenya Prison Service.
Madam Susan Majere is Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Director Rehabilitation, Welfare and Sports. She's also the former Deputy Commandant at the PSTC. She holds a Master's in International Relations, BA in Criminology, higher diploma in Psychological Counseling, senior management course at KIA, and also security and strategic management from NDCK.
Let us appreciate Madam Susan. And now to join them is an honor to introduce Bishop Peter Kimani,
Bishop-elect of the Diocese of Embu, Deputy Director, Kenya Prisons Chaplaincy Service. He's an African representative in the International Commission for Catholic Prisons Pastoral Care. He's the National Coordinator for the Uniformed Discipline Services. Educational background, he has Bachelor of Divinity, Theological Studies, and Diploma in Philosophy and Religious Studies.
Let us appreciate Bishop Kimani. And now to moderate this panel, Madam Jane Kiri.
Madam Jane Kiri is the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons. She has 35 years experience in various administrative positions in corrections. He have held policy level positions. She's been the Deputy Director of Logistics, Deputy Director of Administration and Personnel, Director Rehabilitation and Welfare, and currently the Deputy Commissioner General of Prison. She has risen through the ranks from IP to DCGP.
Let us appreciate Madam Jane, and thank you so much. Without wasting any time, I welcome you, Madam, to continue with the program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. You will have to bear with us because time has really moved, but our topic today, my name is Jane Kerry, as you've heard, Deputy Commissioner General of Prison. We are discussing mainstreaming mental health and wellness in our correctional institutions. You'll bear with us and listen to us because it's like we are culminating what we are doing, and mainstreaming really is like a solution to what we've been discussing. So I know your sugar levels are down, but again, we can't just have this conference and not talk about what's to do at the end of all that information we've received. As I said, this session is about mainstreaming mental health and wellness intervention in our correctional institutions. Here in front of you, I'm joined by experts and correctional professionals with the experience of many years, coming from all the correctional institutions in the State Department for Correctional Services. We have 2 from PACS, 2 from KPS, and 1 from the State Department headquarters, all with experience and at policy level, such that they are going to bring a lot of expertise and a lot of information on how to mainstream issues of mental health. And before we delve into the issue, I would like each and every one of them to introduce themselves so that now we can proceed to the next level, starting from the far end.
Yeah, my name is Raymond Kirui. I am Director in charge of Community Service Orders at PACS headquarters. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Ribiru. I'm a Principal Supply Chain Management Officer, but I'm also a trained chaplain. I'm also a evangelist and a motivational speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Macharia. I am the officer in charge of Eldoret Probation Station. I am an assistant director. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Susan Majere, currently the Director, Rehabilitation, Welfare and Sports from KPS.
Good afternoon. My name is Bishop-elect Peter Kimani. The title is Monsignor. Monsignor is a bishop who is awaiting for the consecration to hold that post. And I'm the Deputy Director in charge of Chaplaincy Services. I've been there for the last 24 years, the Kenya Prison Service.
One in counseling psychology, one in education, and the other one in security studies. So I'm also a mental health champion. And as a seasoned prison officer, I know from experience that mental health is a significant challenge in our institutions. The presentations and discussions that were done since yesterday and in the morning clearly show that it's time we take mental health issues seriously. That's why we are discussing how to mainstream. I am excited this afternoon to hear what the experts in this discussion will say. So what is mental health mainstreaming? So that I can refocus the discussion. As a guide, mental health mainstreaming refers to integrating mental health care and wellness programs into the routine operations in our institutions, the policies and services in all our correctional facilities. That is, integrating mental health, healthcare and wellness program into the routine operations, policies and services of correctional facilities. My first question will go to Director Susan. How well has mental health and wellness been mainstreamed within the KPS? How well has mental health and wellness been mainstreamed within the Kenya Prison Service?
Thank you, Madam. Like the last 2 days, today included, have shown, mental health has not really been embraced within the Kenya Prison Service. I remember one of the panelists yesterday said that when you show up with a mental issue, it is a sign of weakness. Kenya prison staff are trained in paramilitary training, and therefore they are officers in uniform, and they are expected to be these strong people who can confront whatever situation comes their way without any problems. However, we know that that is not true. Also, if you remember Dr. Kisivuli's presentation yesterday, he mentioned that last year, probably around a number of 6,000 officers sought outpatient treatment for mental issues. If you are to weigh that against the backdrop of around 32,000 officers, then you will see that that is a very small number. And yet, we know that there are many more who also face these mental issues. In fact, one of the presenters yesterday said that among 8 people that you'll find in this room, there's a chance of one of them having a mental issue. So if we are to measure that, then we'll see that quite a number of people or officers may be having problems, but they are afraid or they have not yet sought help, which maybe as time goes by, you may find that the conditions may continue to deteriorate. So I would really say that as Kenya prisons, we have not done much. However, we have not really, let me say for lack of a better word, we are not completely ignorant. We have had some sensitization that has been conducted on our officers. We have had around 40 officers trained on mental wellness. Starting next week on Monday, we have another 25 who are going to be trained with support from the UNODC. Mr. Richard is going to be our facilitator. So we are making steps to improve the situation that we are in, so that we can be well in order for us to also take care of others.
Thank you, Director Susan. Mr. Kirui, what about PACS? How well is mental health integrated in the...
Okay, thank you, Madam. In PACS, we have really streamlined, but we have started. At the headquarters, we have formed a committee of professionals, people that have done psychological counseling, people that are professionals in those lines, and we have come up with a committee that deals with any kind of situations when we have trauma, when we have any mental disturbances. We already have people that will react to them, find solutions, and be able to take charge of the situation. But that is partly what we have done. At the headquarters, it is very efficient and it is working, but we need to roll it down to the other areas and also to our institutions or our probation hostels so that it can work effectively everywhere within PACS.
Thank you, Mr. Kirui. According to what I've heard is that it has partly been mainstreamed, both in KPS and PACS. Madam Elizabeth, would you like to add anything from the state headquarters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a committee that is doing the planning. I would admit that we've really not started implementing, but we are doing a lot on the ground. Courtesy of Madam Peers, we have small things that matter to individuals, to the staff. For example, we have birthdays every month, every staff. If we're in January, then we have January babies, and we have time to chat, eat with her, and make merry. We have another welfare group. When one of us is believed maybe by, the close members or even the person, we have a group, we contribute, and we go and do visitation. And also, on the part of prayers is top on the list. Yes, at HQS, we don't have a lot of space, but we use the SDCS wall, we use our wall for having morning devotion. Every time there is one of our brothers or a sister putting morning devotion and we have a prayer. So we are well nourished on that area. In as much as we don't have the space, we are not just staying idle. Occasionally, we also visit various staff. And in the morning, they didn't move my heart. I found one of the officers having prayers with our support staff and encouraging them. Very key. There are also these other things that we may take them normal, but they mean so much to a person. For example, if an officer has been stagnated for the last 10 years, and that person is, taken care of, and taken to the next level. That is enough motivation, and that is enough to do. So there are various programs that we are doing. In as much as we are not doing them in a bigger way, they are very key. Also, there is something I would like to share. When you officer, and I would talk to managers, it's good to do what we call MBWA, management by walking aloud. You'll notice that maybe some officers are overstressed, maybe with work, others are idle. You try to manage that in our various ways. And key listen. You listen to what other person is saying. I think for now, I leave the next package.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for sharing with us that, all those insights, and showing us that it is the small things that matter. Even just appreciating someone's birthday can really contribute to someone's mental well. Mr. Kiru, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that a number of officers have also been trained on mental health and wellness issue at the PACs. So we have quite a number of them who have undergone training on the same, which is a big source for us.
Thank you. You see that the team here says that yes, they feel that a lot more can be done, but they have done something to some extent in each of their departments in a small way. My second question is directed to Bishop-elect Monsignor Father Kimani. What are the challenges that when it comes to mainstreaming? Because I know you worked in the Directorate of Welfare and in the religious context. What are the challenges when it comes to mainstreaming mental health issues in the correctional systems, or what that have been encountered or that can be encountered, and how can these challenges be overcome?
Thank you very much, Madam Director, Madam DCG, for that good question. Because first of all, let me say that from a spiritual perspective, that God created us from three dimensions. There is the spiritual part of it, there is the body, and also there is also the mind. And throughout the session since yesterday, we have addressed a lot about the physical, the physical health, the mental health. And now when it comes now to the spiritual, I think it's an area that actually has not been touched very much deeply, and it's an area that we need also to address in a very big way so that we can be able to handle the human person holistically. And as you have asked, the issues of challenges that hinder the mainstreaming, most of the times is lack of communication. We should have lack of clear communication on what channels and the bureaucracies that could be there. A junior officer could be going through stressful moments, but maybe sometimes he may not be able to know where to address, who to address, even despite that maybe we have put in structures that could be able, however minimal they are, to address those kind of issues. Sometimes even the cultural issues, whereby you find that we are moving actually from an old system where we are supposed to talk out our problems. But according to the African man, men are not supposed to cry. They are supposed to be strong. And we find that men are facing very serious problems. So that issue, but they are not able to express it well and to come out. And that's why we are finding challenges coming from men, especially the men folk themselves, being unable to express their own issues. That is also an area that is also a challenge. Also the fear of stigmatization, that you don't want to be seen to be weak, to be addicted, to be having this kind of stressor, and therefore you are not able to come out and air yourselves out completely, that this is a problem that I am going through. These are the issues that I'm facing. And that also can hinder the express mainstreaming of mental health in our workplaces. Even the fear of stigmatization, that you don't want to be seen like you are weak, like you have this problem here and there. And therefore, there is that fear. There is that blockade within you that you do not want to handle. Even sometimes some of us do not want to handle bigger issues. Even when you're in a position of leadership, of administration, you don't want anything to do with challenges that are coming your way. So I think that's an area that also needs to be addressed, that we as people who are in the policy making level, we need to go out there and allow ways whereby the junior officers can be able to enter into the space where they can be helped. That's one and among many that needs to be looked into.
How can we address the challenges that you have highlighted?
Well, one of these to create safe spaces, safe space for people to express themselves, and also to sensitize the officers on the need for mental health support, and also to ensure that there is a very clear policy, as we have been saying all through the mental health policy guidelines, that they are implemented, they are put in place, and they are able, and there are channels that are used so that one can be helped. Also to create officers who are well trained to support the junior officers, creating that rapport between the officers themselves, whereby they can be able to talk themselves out without being judged, without being seen to be indisciplined, without being seen like they are malingering, without being seen that they are weak or they are sluggish or they are lazy, but rather the judgmental approach to issues. Particularly putting the policy in place and making sure that it works. And also formation of the committees that are going to detect mental health that are in the officers, in the people, and from there we can be able now to be able to handle them. And even using emissaries, if you see somebody is not approachable, is withdrawn, can we get friends who are closer to them so that they can be able to talk them out, to be able to bring them closer and be able to understand the issues that they are going through.
Thank you very much, Bishop-elect. Mr. Macharia, what do you think about the challenges, that are encountered in mainstreaming, and what can you add?
Today in the morning, I was reading in the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 6. And it was saying that godliness with contentment is a great gain. The reason as to why I'm quoting that verse is because of the issue of resources. Almost everywhere, we have limited resources. And probation aftercare service is also affected with that. But as Mr. Kirui has said, that much has been done from the policy level. At the grassroots, I would say that the officers, the probation officers are innovative and they are creative. The challenges that they are facing, for example, the issue of resources, they're able to contribute in their own small way. And every year, they have a team build in a nearby school in Eldoret. Almost nothing. We only bought some few confectionaries and sweets. Are able to tackle these issues of mental health and well-being. Say that we have an office which is very instrumental. But our officers in managerial level, they know how to handle themselves. And in that way, they are able to help their juniors. I would say that most of us, we were recently promoted and then transferred. I would say that at first there was a shock, but now they have been able to handle the situation. So I would like to say that those challenges are there, that implemented ways of solving some of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've heard that there are challenges in mainstreaming issues of mental health. We've heard about issues of resources, cultural issues, communication channels, fear of stigmatization, and we've heard that these and several many others, issues of policy, and issues of our work, and all these. We have heard about a bit of some solutions that we can create safe spaces for these officers to be able to share about their mental health challenges, issues of sensitization, clear policy guidelines, improve channels of communication, have support officers or peer support staff, come up with committees. My next question is about leadership. And I will direct it to Mr. Kirunes in our institution. Does leadership play a role in promoting mental health and wellness in our institutions?
Yes. Thank you, Madam. My take is that leadership has to show the way when it comes to mental health issues. And where I am at probation, we are really showing the way, because like I told you that we started with forming a committee. We have plans to train champions. We have plans to ensure that in every station we have a champion on the issues of mental health. And we're taking this very seriously, because we know that these issues are very critical. We cannot be able to deliver on our services without being well or without having mental health. So yes, I say it is yes, that the leaders have to lead. They have to show the way to all the other staff under them that the issue of mental health is a critical issue if we are to deliver on our services. And we're taking steps, we're doing it. We really have to, and leaders must lead. Otherwise it becomes hard for the officers to do all the things that we will do, because even like you will find that also there will be an element of finances which must be sanctioned by the leaders. There will be an element of trainings which must be done by the leaders, and it will work better if the leaders are in the lead in this kind of exercise.
I would also like to echo what my colleague has said, that leadership actually plays a big role in ensuring that mental wellness is mainstreamed. You see, in the prison setting, the leader is viewed as a role model. So whatever the leader says, then the members of staff will follow. It is also true that members of staff, wherever they are allocated positions of work, they work on behalf of the leader. So really the success of the officers on the ground means that the leader is also succeeding in this area. And some of our officers have also done that. We have officers who have established mental committees. These mental committees take care of the mental needs of the officers who have issues. Sometimes in the instance or in the case where an officer has to be, for example, referred to a rehabilitation facility, we find that these committees sit and they deliberate and recommend that the member of staff can be referred to a rehabilitation facility, especially for those who are abusing drugs and substances. And even upon return, these committee members are also supposed to follow up this officer and ensure that he does not relapse. So all this is because the leader allows some of these programs to take place. So it is important that the leader takes the lead in this.
Thank you. Now that we know that, sorry. Oh, yes, Bishop-elect.
Thank you, Madam, for cutting it, and sorry for cutting you short. I just want to add on what my fellow panelists are talking about leadership, because we know leadership is about influence, leadership is about transformation, it's about influencing change. And whenever you are leading, you want to sometimes to stir the people who are the people who are just there. They are comfortable, they have reached the comfort zone. And when you want to bring those changes, you will face resistance, you will face people who just say, this is our culture, this is what we have always been doing. And therefore, it has an impact on you, first of all, as a leader, because of that kind of a resistance. And also those who are being led, it also has an issue on them because of that resistance and being used to doing things the same way. And therefore, the issue of mental health there comes in, mental issues. And therefore, as a leader, you have to know how to handle those resisting forces by sometimes making sure that they know what you want, the goal, the mission that you want to achieve with them, and where you want to take the organization, especially the workplace. You have to be patient also with those who are slow, because there could be some of your staff who are very slow in getting what you want, and also the instructions that we give to our juniors, those people that we are working with, they have to be very clear so that they can be able to know what is it that what is required of them, and also accommodating all, particularly the weak ones. Those who cannot be able to catch up very fast, they're pulled up by the others. So there is a lot of tension and mental movement that is within the leadership in order to make an organization and workplace to be safe for all.
Thank you, Bishop-elect. I would like to pose a question to the members from KPS. We have in chapter 13 of Kenya Prison Standing Order on issues of discipline, whereby for a prison officer, you obey orders. That because that is discipline. You obey orders and you don't question. You question after you have obeyed the orders, isn't it? Can that exacerbate issues of mental health? And if you don't, you'll be charged. Now that we have agreed that leadership plays a role in promoting mental health, at the policy level, what can be done? Maybe each and every one of the experts can just give one comment on at policy level. What can be done to enhance mental wellness in your respective institutions? Can start. Anyone can start. What can be done at policy level? What can be done to enhance mental wellness in your respective institution? Each and every one of you to give one suggestion.
I would like to start. We know that in Kenya, the Ministry of Health has got the mental health policy, 2015, I think 2015, 2030. So as a Kenya Prisons Department, I think we should get hold of this policy, domesticate it so that we pull out the excerpts that deal with the Kenya Prison Service, domesticate it, sensitize the officers on the policy, and ensure that it is implemented at station level. So this will start by so that they are sensitized on issues of the policy and sensitize their officers in the station, and then after this, then it can be applied.
Maybe to also add on to that, the current generation that we are living in is one that is mostly affected by mental health issues, the millennials, the Gen Zs, and as in light of your question that you have asked about the issues of discipline, whereby we work in a disciplined structure, I think the rationale behind some of the instructions now needs to be put in place so that these young officers may not appear to be asking questions which have no answers. That it is an order, it's an order, go and do it. But the generation that we are working with, the stations that we are, the experiences that we have, that we hear officers talking about the discipline cases, the desertions, the drugs and substance abuse that we are hearing amongst the young people, is because of lack of questioning or lack of clarification as to why an order should be given. So I would propose that we tend to change the way we approach the discipline part of it by making things clearer and the rationale and the reason as to why that order must be carried out, so that that person goes and does it knowing that there is a reason as to why this has to be done. Why must we lock the gate? Why must we open the 2 gates? Why must we do this and the other one? It's because of 1, 2, 3 things. It's a questioning generation which needs to have answers to the issues that are raised.
What I would say is that at the policy level, I would suggest that we either create or redirect funds to cater for some of the activities that will raise the morale of our staff members. I'm thinking of an activity like team building. I'm thinking of an activity like a workshop or a training on issues of mental health and well-being. Funds be provided for such activities, and there be periodical reports on the effect of such trainings or such team building activities, so that even those who are at the lower cadre can also benefit from what has been provided from the policy level. Thank you.
On my side, I think that mental health policy should be implemented, and members of staff should be sensitized on all those acts that pertain to mental health, like the Mental Health Act and the guidelines on mental health, and they should also be made to be aware that they can be able to identify and bring out a situation where they find somebody could be having mental health, so that action can be taken, an assessment can be done, and then they are treated. So I think that what should happen is implementation of that mental health policy, which should be done in all our departments for the betterment of our people, and to also cause the people to be sensitized, to know that they can report and action should be taken. Because in some of the mental problems that people have, some of them are so critical, in the sense that if action is not taken immediately, somebody may lose his life. Because some of them are things like suicide ideation, where somebody is thinking of killing himself, and action that is taken fast can be able to save a life. Thank you.
Okay, maybe to add on what has been said, though we have financial challenges, I'm aware, and I'm sure some of us are aware, there is a training that is to commence next week on mental wellness at Ruiru. Though not all of us will go, but maybe about 50, or the ones who will go, I would pay that once now you get that literature, now you become empowered, please empower the others. I was going through the records and I found so many officers have been trained, but now they just sweep it under the carpet. Don't keep that knowledge to yourself. We need to share it with the others so that we move as a team. The other thing I would like to comment on is about our officers who are exiting the service. We have pre-retirement. Let's make sure that, or ensure at that managerial level, our leadership ensure that these ones, they attend the seminars, the trainings, so that they are also equipped. And they also go laugh and share. Once I attended a training, it was not on pre-retirement, but it was a financial management, but we had somebody, a counselor, speaking about pre-retirement, because all of us will retire, whether you are 5 years to go or 10 years, uliingia utatoka. So it's good to have this know-how, and also let us help our officers to exit happily, that we create some time for them, let them go for a retreat, let them go for a seminar or a workshop, and then they have this knowledge and they also enjoy the facility. All the same, for the rest of the officers, it's good that we also have something like a retreat. Yes, we go out there, we joke, we laugh, we do all these things. In most cases, maybe the top officers, they don't have that challenge. They usually go to Mombasa. But the rest of us, we are just there, we are left there. So let's, even if we are going, beba moja wawili, let's go visiting. So that we also improve the morale of our officers. And let's appreciate each other. And now, I also say, Jeremiah 29 verse 11, our God has good plans for us. So let us also have good plans for each other. And maybe, Madam Chair, I would also say, we have what you call self-discipline. Yes, there is a policy, but we know the working hours. Be there to serve, and when you go to office, work, whatever is there, just do your duty. And then you also don't give stress to your manager or to whoever is to your supervisor. Work within your jurisdiction, and all it will be well. The other thing is, even as we work, let's have time for each other. Let's not overstress each other. Let's have time for each other, and also observing maybe what you call self-care. Yes, when you wake up in the morning, it's good to read a verse or to sing a song and even to pray. And you start your day on a high note. Start it with the Lord and it will be fine. And also, let us also embrace these simple things, like take a glass of water in the morning, do some exercise, put a smile on your face, take good care of yourself. Eat well. Eat well does not mean eating meat or eating rich food. Just have a simple diet. And because mentor, in as much as you are getting this knowledge, you also need to feed your brain with good things and eat properly. You need to dress up. You need to read your Bible for yourself so that you are also spiritually nourished. You need to do some exercise. And if you look, I kept on telling them, see, we need to energize a bit so that we also don't have long hours and then we get bored. So thank you for everything as we move on.
Thank you very, very much. You have all seen that there's a lot we can do on policy level. To move on to our next question, I am glad that I'm surrounded by people who are in the spiritual space, led by our bishop-elect here. It's only me and Susan now who are not priests. The only ones. My next question is this. The issue of spirituality. I will start with the bishop-elect, Father Peter Kimani. Musinyo, Father Peter Kimani. How can spirituality be a resource or possibly a hindrance to mental health and well-being in our institutions? Maybe after you've responded, we can have Mr. Machari and we can have Elizabeth respond those two.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam. I just say two things about, first of all, about spirituality being a resource, that spirituality and religion actually complement the work that is done by those who deal with the body and the mind. And it is the one that actually solidifies everything. And that is where we lay our foundation, because it is in spirituality and religion that a human being wants to identify with the divine, with God. And you want to have a reason and to have a meaning as to why you are created and to what the reason as to what you are doing. And of course, at the end of the day, you know that there is a place, there is a destiny that you'll have to go to. And that is why we always keep on of love, the values of honesty, the values of patience, having a lot of hope, even peace. And therefore, spirituality and chaplaincy actually contribute a lot, and it is a resource. So that those who are going through the mental health issues, once they are able to relate with the divine, with God, with the Muslims or whichever religion, the Catholics or Protestants, whatever we believe in, there is always a value and a consolation and a peaceful settlement of the issues that you are going through, because you know you are not capable of handling the issues that you have. Just like what one of the principles of the Alcoholic Anonymous says, that you know you cannot be able to manage it alone. Only God can help you. And therefore, when it comes to mental health, spirituality and the Word of God is a resource that we can be able to rely on. Then the issue of as a hindrance, sometimes we may find religion also, or maybe spirituality also, becoming a hindrance, whereby you tend to think that your life is predetermined, and therefore whatever is happening to you is happening to you because God wills it to happen. That you are drunk, you are addicted, you are in this state because it was predetermined by kind of a star or something like that. And it can be a hindrance, especially when we handle the scriptures that if one gives you a slap on one side, you tend to slap the other side, and we tend to be stuck there, to whereby you feel that this is a sin and I'm being punished because of a sin that I committed, be it a crime, be it maybe unfaithfulness, be it anything that may have happened. People can get stuck to the issues of sin and punishment, and therefore we need to walk our people through that. There is forgiveness, there is mercy, there is another chance, there is another opportunity in life, and this can only be gotten through salvation or through God's Spirit. And therefore spirituality and religion brings those values to a human person with the strength of God. That is why even Christ said, I think, that copy from me, come all you to me, all you who are overburdened and are labored, and I'll give you rest. So when we run one way or another, of course the holy books, they have something that they talk about coming to, so that you can be able to.
This is why you have an inner peace with your maker. The other one is for you to have a good relationship with your neighbor. And a neighbor is that person who is seated next to you. A neighbor is person who you work in the same office. If that person is under me, and at home he's cursing the day because he don't want to see my face as manager, my religion is not good. If my religion is going to lead me to isolation, to isolate myself, because the others are wicked, they are evil, but for me, I am clean, I am right, I am as white as wool, and the others are as red as crimson. So, what do I say about myself is that then there's something wrong. If I am becoming too aggressive because of my religion, too aggressive, then watch out. Mr. Kimani, the former manager of Nairobi Probation, boys told me that it is his religion that gave him that inner peace, and I was able to control those boys because of his religion. Thank you, Mr. Kimani, for that advice. I am saying this, that the religion that is going to make you to cause either yourself harm or feel at ease when you are harming others, that is not a good religion. I think that a good religion should make my work to be very, very productive. And everybody whom I rub shoulder with in my place of work, they should not curse me because of my religion. They would say that that man, though I don't like his God, but I like the way he works. Or that man, I like both, his God and the way he works. So brothers and sisters who are here, let us represent God in the right way at the places of work. Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe just to add something for what my brothers have said, that Jesus is the Prince of Peace and God is the giver of peace. So let's get connected to our God. And I encourage members that you don't have to be prayed for by Pastor Elizabeth, by Pastor Kimani. Pray to God. He will listen you. He understands. In fact, he says, when you pray and you don't know how to pray, there is an angel who, he makes it, understandable to God. So what I would embrace, because we have challenges in the world, because people are not ready to read the Bible for themselves, to pray for themselves. So everything you were told by the preacher, you agree 100%. Learn to love your God, read the Bible, pray. But I'm also not saying that you don't go for congregational prayers and all that. It is good. But also put it at individual level. You make peace with your God, make peace with yourself, and make peace with your neighbor or people. And it makes, when you have the peace, the inner peace, you experience the inner peace, it becomes so easy to cope with the rest of others. Because you spread that peace, where you make wrong, it will be easier to rectify, and it will go smooth. Because in this world, there are challenges, and they cannot be addressed by leaders. We only try to do a part where we can. So let us take it holistically, that individually, that we try to pray your part, I pray my part. If I'm a junior officer, let me pray my part. If you're a senior officer, play your part. Because stress can come from up or from down. So let's try to manage it. And may God bless you all. You say amen.
One of you, give your final.
Kindly. Thank you.
Not as an assistant director of probation, but as a chair NAPO. Was done by a colleague from Kenya Prison Service. And then look at it from this point. The greatest asset any organization has is a human resource. The officers who are seated here. And there was an issue of what leadership can do to enhance mental wellness of its officers. Our services here have been transferred by members who are going through a lot of mental issues on transfers. There's a speaker who said, transfer when necessary, and make considerations. There was another panel which discussed about special need offenders. And I want today to say, I don't want to concentrate on the offenders. I will remove the "or" for the offender and just talk about special need officers. My colleagues here, some of them are ill. Some of them are aged. Some of those who are transferred are also women. Those are the aspects which fall under special need. So there was also, we created a special need. There was also, we created a special need officers. Kindly, I know human disease, you go and retreat to the offices from Monday or thereabout. Kindly consider the issues that my officers, my members have raised, most of which have been raised in writing. Please take time to look through them and give my members feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question from the other end, sir.
Analysts. Actually, it's not a question as such. We are curing symptoms as opposed to the cause. We've been taken through the stressors. So I'm just like coming from rehabs. It's like they go for a short break, and then when they come back, they still get back to the same conditions, and therefore they get back to the same situation of drinking. If the problem is housing, and it has pushed me to drinking, and I come back to that shanty, be sure I'll still get back to drinking. And therefore this policy that we intend to develop I suggest that it addresses the stressors, issues of relationships in the offices. How do I report my boss and to who if they are stressing me? Those issues should be taken into account. And then yesterday, I learned something called masked depression. I think many of us, especially officers, senior officers, we've masked our depressions. Much as we are saying we are doing better and they are supposed to be advising those juniors, we've only masked our depressions. We are fighting with our spouses, we also have financial issues, but then because of who we are, we pretend like we don't have problems, and therefore we have to help others to solve those problems. And therefore, experts in the room, maybe Dr. Kisivuli and those experts, I would wish that in that policy probably also have guidelines in terms of how do we get to notice me as a person? How do I get to notice that now I need help? You know, if I have a headache, I'll take Panadol. If it persists, then I go to hospital. But to what level do I reach? And then I say, now this one, I have to talk to Monsignor. I have to talk to a pastor. I have to talk to an expert. Probably we also need to address that. And then now for us, the prisons fraternity. The experts we have are of junior rank to us. Madam DCG, I'm not so sure if you will go to Venn, SSP Venn, to tell her that you have a problem with your spouse, and therefore she has to guide you. We really need to address some of these things so that we are realistic in what we want to do if we want to achieve some of these things. What I mean is, do we really have everything that we require? For example, these uniformed experts that we have. Do we want to think about probably bringing in more civilians, especially in the corrections, in the prison service, so that some of us who are more senior to the experts that we have also have, you know, places to go to. Rather than, I'm saying this because outside there, issues to do with mental health are very expensive now. Everything has been commercialized. Those rehabs, you know what happens there. Some of us who have taken there people, we know what is happening in rehabs. Professionalism is kind of, sorry for the experts here, kind of compromised because of the commercialization of that. And therefore, as a homegrown solution, we need to have our own people who everybody will be free to go to, including even the CG. If he has a problem, if he doesn't want to go out there, he can have an option within the service, but be comfortable to see that person. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. You'll take the first two first.
Yeah.
Shaman.
Madam, can I give some answers to what he is talking about?
Okay.
Okay, one is that we may have appeared to him like we are just talking about the symptoms. But I think when we go to a case, in a specific case, there is a difference between what we are saying here and what we do in the counseling room. So when we go to a counseling room, things are different. We will have to know why he is not at peace with his wife. We will have to know all the details. But in this scenario, we're just reporting, answering questions that are of a general nature. So it is true, we have not gone to the details because every specific case has its own details. So now when it comes to, that is what I can say concerning what he has said about we dealing with the symptoms and not the cause. Then the other thing is this, that there are things that we do in counseling. As a professional counselor, there are things that you do. So when it comes to things to do with rank and all that, I think that is a bit the problems from him, and how also they will act with they will help him to get insights into his own problems. And I just beg that we be allowed that we are not in a counseling room. In a counseling room, much more.
Issues that have come up, I feel like it were just additions, they were not questions. Because when you come to the issues of transfers, yes, we've said that transfer when necessary. and I'm sure the senior management, wherever it is, has had. And we also agreed that leaders can also be a source of mental health issues. In regards to the key points that are added by Dr. Makoha, when I look at what the doctor has said, I think it is uptake. And when we talked about mainstreaming from the highest level to the lowest level, that is what I was talking about, sensitization, so that the senior cadre can know that making the junior staff have mental health. See, as I said, you can't give what you don't have. If they are not aware, then how can they know that they... If we are talking of sensitization, we have to start with the senior most so that they can be able to handle the junior most. I also know that the seniors have mental health challenges, and that is when we said masked depression, isn't it? And yes, I agree that someone of a junior rank cannot counsel you. But we also have partners whom we have partnered with and have offered pro bono services to us. What we have here is uptake. The senior cadre do not want to take those opportunities. When you talked about when I was the Director, Rehabilitation and Welfare, I had a whole professor and a doctor who offered free counseling services at prison's headquarters. I even suggested, in fact, I even had a counseling room. I even gave her location, including even a Google map, for the senior officers to go for the counseling. And she never received not even one single one. And I didn't even want to be told who it is that is going for counseling. So it is the uptake. The senior cadre is usually a very difficult people to deal with. But again, all those services are there. Our medical cover, that is why I talked about sensitization. Dr. Kisivuli is here and will bear me witness. Our medical cover can pay for counseling services. It's just that we don't have this information. We don't even want to familiarize ourselves with this information. You can be paid for counseling services by our medical cover. You don't have to pay not even a single coin if you have issues with challenges with your mental health. Thank you very much. If there is no other, okay, Father.
Do you have further questions?
Following what Dr. Makoha has said, is a story that is told of a king who was a dictator, and he made his people always to sing and to praise him throughout, such that even when he was wrong, they would always praise him. So one day he went out riding on top of his vehicle naked, and everybody was praising the suit that he was wearing, until a small child looked at him and he said, "Hey, the king is naked." That is the moment everybody now started shouting, "It is true, the king is naked." As senior officers, sometimes we may get drunk with that power, that we do not feel that we have weakness. We need help. We can be assisted. We cannot go to a junior professional because of rank, because I am this level of professional, or maybe of this job group, or maybe of this rank. Let us acknowledge that we can be naked, and let us appreciate, because it's not weakness to have a mental health issue. It is a sign that you are very human, and you can also fail, and one day the level that we are, it's temporary. It's very temporary. It will still come down, and you'll come back to the soil. From the soil you are, and then to the soil we shall do what? So let us appreciate that we are weak, and we can also fall, and we need help. It doesn't matter whom we go to, but all that we need is to acknowledge the professionalism that is in the junior officers, those who can help us, and those so that we can be, because we are not going there because of the rank. And also, it's also a way of also bringing up our young professionals, the junior kind of officers, so that they can be able to appreciate, Allah, kumbe, I can also be of help to another person. But let us know that nakedness can hit anyone at any time, and you need to be covered, even by that small boy. Thank you.
Yeah, and also one other thing is, I thank God for what the moderator has said, that we also collaborate with other partners who are willing to assist us, so we can also be free to go for counseling in those other places. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. How many do you want us to take more?
I guess that we can end there. But my final suggestion is that we can also partner with the institutions of higher learning for research, so that as we make decisions, even from the lowest level, we can make evidence-based decisions in regards to mental health. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists, for all those insights and good points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us appreciate this team. I would love us to do the factorial 5 again. Let's start from 5 going down to 1 before they leave. 5, 4. Thank you so much, Madam, and your team. We really appreciate you. We are left with one thing to take home, that what are you doing as an individual within the correctional service? Sini kweli? Thank you so much, Madam. We really appreciate. And to end, just after that discussion, allow me to now invite the overall program coordinator, Secretary Administration, State Department for Correctional Services, Mr. Paul Wanjoi, to make some comments as we close today's program. Karibu sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's 3 p.m. We expected to finish earlier than this, but first of all is to thank you for the concentration, for the participation. 2 or 3 things, because we need to go for lunch. I believe everybody has a lunch voucher. 2 things. 1, we end the program tomorrow. And as we end the program tomorrow, my request is 1, we have a lot. We ensure we keep time in the morning. That is the first thing. Number 2, I am advised, Bona Commandant, I believe I am advised correctly that the officers, uniformed officers, need to come in uniform because we have a program and we have other guests. I am advised. I am not sure, but I am advised that way, that the closing day, because of the closing program. Then, to also request for very active participation. We have done well, but we can improve, because at one point, 1/6 of us, and I know it's normal that when we are here, you want a number of things solved, and you have seen so and so will solve something like that. I need solved somewhere, but I request that the program is not too tight. It provides for space, because after lunch, like now, there is nothing else we are doing, we are closing, so that we are able to concentrate, especially for tomorrow's program. I've had some questions, and there is one I would want not to address, because probably it was not meant for this forum. It could have been taken elsewhere. The one on transfers from probation and aftercare service. And I would want to say just 2 things. 1, we are aware there were mass transfers done, and they were done after promotions. And our understanding was they were done, the transfers, and it's usually Public Service Commission provides for this, that sometimes you are promoted and you have to go and take a responsibility somewhere else from where you are. Sometimes it becomes difficult, because at my age now, for many years, you realize I have served one station for 10 years. And by that time, I have tried as a civil servant, taken a few loans and build a house for myself. And I've settled in that place. It will be difficult for me to freely feel I want to leave, because nilikuwa nimejipanga, si kweli? Lakini, I need to say this, that Public Service Commission provides for avenues of addressing some of the issues that we are raising in the forum, and you are allowed to make an appeal. I'm now talking as the chair of the Departmental Human Resource Committee, and if the appeal comes to the committee, I've not received one yet, when they come to the committee, we will address them and we will be able to advise, looking at all circumstances. But I would wish that we don't raise this one here, we raise it through the channels that are provided for by Public Service Commission. And when I'm sabotaging myself. Thank you. It is nobody, it's not them. When that is done, they will be looked at, and will be looked at with the merit and very fairly. I want to say that, and that's why I'm saying let us not raise that in this forum, because there is a forum provided for that in public service. We are going for lunch. Tomorrow is the final day, as I said. We would want to finish very early tomorrow, because later in the evening we have another program, a gala program on invitation. On invitation again, because naturally that is what should happen. That's what should happen, is on invitation. We would want everybody to come, but again, you only cut your clothes according to your size. So there are cans that will be provided to us to come for dinner tomorrow, gala dinner, and for an award ceremony. I'm requesting we finish early because we are using the same hall and the hotel has to make setup. We need to rehearse. So I'm requesting that we are here in good time. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call upon Reverend Otwana. Where are you? Ulikabali kidogo. Reverend Otwana is also an ordained priest of the Anglican Church of Kenya, working in the State Department for Correctional Services, and I wish him to bless the food we eat, with definitely the permission of the bishop-elect. Your Lordship, if you could allow us. Thank you. So that he prays for food. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, this is another wonderful moment that you've taken us through these sessions, that we're coming to the end of this day, Lord. We want to give you all the glory and the honor. Thank you because of each and every individual that has been here. Lord, you just reminded us that a healthy mind, a healthy body, and a healthy soul, it all depends by what we have and what we eat. Lord, I pray that may you sanctify the meal that is before us, so that we partake it to nourish our health and for the glory and the honor of your name. I pray this, believing in Jesus' name, our Lord. Amen. God bless you.
Bon appetit. Take lunch. Let's have a healthy mind, a healthy